Tonight on the Black Channel. Well, it all comes down to this, and we are live and in person on election night. The Black Channel is live. Unapologetic, unadulterated, and absolutely uncompromising. Greetings, brothers and sisters from around the world, and welcome back to the home, the haven, the stronghold, the everlasting superfortress, and your headquarters for the election. The unapologetic, unadulterated, uncompromising anchor of the new black media on a special night and time. I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, the Black Authority, and you are listening to the Black Channel. And don't expect me to do this again. I've got people here live with me. We got all kinds of things going on right now. As you can see on your screen, we are watching as the numbers are coming in, so we will not be here in the event that they have some nail biter like 2000. That will not be the case. We are not going to be here in case they have a nail biter. So if somebody flips a couple of states they shouldn't get and they'll be up till 3 in the morning, we will not be. But if things move in a timely fashion, we'll stick around long enough for that. So if they call the election within the next few hours here, that's what we'll be here for. If it carries over to tomorrow, so be it. We'll just catch up with them along with everybody else. All right. So, of course, here I've got folks in the building. It is a little bit of the Phantom of the Opera, but what else did you expect? No, it's not dark in here. It's just dark for you. But in any case, I got 4 or 5 folks here. We'll get to them in just a moment. They're chomping at the bit. I got one brother in here. I got Immigrant B1 down at the end of the table. Stand up, brother. You can stand up. There he is down there, so you can see him blocking the Bank of America building. All right, sit down. Sit. He's ready to give his opinion. He just got to the country. He's ready to tell us how the election gonna go. So he's chomping at the bit to give his opinion about things here. Okay, so first of all, let's talk about what happens. What happens if things go the way they're expecting? What happens if things go the way some folks are not expecting? What happens if it does? Well, I want to tell you what happens to the Democrat Party. Let's start with them. You know what happens with the Republicans? They're all going to be like, finally, we got rid of Trump. We're not going to let him do this for a 4th time. But what happens with the Democrats? If the Democrats lose tonight, it is going to send a political earthquake and shockwave like you've never seen. It is going to be absolute bedlam. It is going to be people arguing. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and her friends are going to say, see, we never should have listened to Nancy. It is going to be Joe Biden saying, you should have left me where I was. Barack Obama's going to be like that meme of Homer Simpson backing into the bushes. He's going to be like, oh, wait a minute now. I did my job. I did my job there. Hillary Clinton going to be happy. She's like, if I can't get it, none of y'all going to get it. So she'll be okay with that. You are going to see you're going to see a civil war break out. It won't be terribly, terribly long. But I predict over the course of the next 6 months at least, you'll see that happen. So they'll be doing that. That's what I see. You're going to see a fumble and a scramble for the ball. That's what will occur. You're going to see a fumble and a scramble for the ball. Because that's what a shakeup of power does. When you have a power shakeup, folks start fighting to see who's going to get to run it. My prediction is if they lose, this is the end of the road for Nancy Pelosi as a political force. She will be the easiest person to blame. This will be the end for both George Clooney's Hollywood career and his political effectiveness. Everybody and their mama is going to blame him. Everyone and their mother is going to blame George Clooney. So You think Diddy got a rough time right now. You think Kevin Spacey got it rough. George would trade places with them because he's going to be the easiest person to blame. He's the one who kicked it all. He was the one who was chosen to be the face to kick all this off. So Nancy and George, everybody's going to be out with the long knives for them. They're going to be out with the long knives for them. The news media is going to be apoplectic. And before they get to all of that, what you are looking for is for Trump to take Georgia and for Trump to take North Carolina and or Michigan. Now, Pennsylvania is really going to be the bellwether because if Kamala gets Pennsylvania, it's going to be a long night. If Trump takes Pennsylvania, it's going to be a short night, and Kamala can go ahead and start posting on her OnlyFans. But other than that, it's going to be a long night. If that happens, Trump takes Georgia and North Carolina, the hand wringing at first is going to be them fighting amongst themselves. Give them a day or two, they're going to go over the numbers and be like, by the way, where was you niggas at? You all should have voted this way. They're going to start looking at us. And that's when we start doing the Birdman hand rub. Because it's like, yeah, you're going to deny it as long as you can, but eventually you going to have to look over here and say, by the way, y'all didn't show up and show out, and Barack Obama. Folks, I want you all to understand, I've gotten emails from the Kamala Harris campaign. I can't put them on the screen right now, but I've gotten emails from the Kamala Harris campaign. They are literally begging. The most recent email I got from her was a little over an hour ago. Kamala HQ asking the subject line, asking one last time. Before that, we urgently need a few more donations. I mean, this is a few hours ago. What are you going to buy 2 hours before the polls start closing? What were you going to buy? Drinks for the election, for your workers? What were you going to purchase? I mean, literally, she was putting in messages saying, what do I have to do to get you to send some money? Will you please? Jason, we don't beg much, but we're begging. That's literally the emails I've gotten. I'm probably going to go through a list of them to show everybody what I've received. But those are literally the emails that President Joe Biden, I am humbly asked. It says, I am humbly asked. I'm like, okay, did he have a dementia moment on that subject line? Or did I miss something? Nope, it says, I humbly ask. Okay, I am humbly asked. They didn't even proofread him, so I guess he just went renegade and just got a hold of their email list, and he's doing it again. So I just want you all to know that this is what's going on out here. This is what's going on out here. It's going to be a long night. If they're lucky, it'll be a long night. If they're damn unlucky, it'll be a short night. It'll be a short one. So that's what we're looking at. Okay, I did make a little bit of a faux pas here. I left out. I didn't bring all my cables like I was supposed to. I didn't bring my other microphones like I was supposed to. So what we're going to do here is I've got my guests here with me. Yes, they are live in person. By the way, can you all see me?
Yes.
Can everybody in here see me?
Yes.
Okay, how far away from me are you?
2 feet.
I can touch you.
Okay, well, don't. You're a married woman. Don't do it. Don't do it. And the rest of you fellas, don't you? No, the rest of you fellas here, don't reach under the table. Don't rub a leg. Don't do anything. I know we're in Atlanta, but if you're gonna make that LGBT move, this is not the spot. I interrupt election night for this ass whooping. We can't get together that right. I'm gonna be ignorant as hell. This nigga rubbed my foot. Okay. Folks talking about Diddy Party. I'm gonna have to tell y'all what happened at the Mandarin Oriental one of these days. One of these days I'm gonna tell you all what happened at the Mandarin Oriental. I wasn't with Diddy, but I'm like, I see why he's here. So one of these days I'm gonna have to explain to y'all what happened there. Because Diddy done ruined all my best spots. I'm gonna need them to build a whole new hotel chain. Now that he's off the block, I need a whole new hotel chain so I can cleanse my soul. Because I'm like, when I'm thinking about here, I'm like, was Diddy on this bed? I'm like, oh, Good Money says he was. I'm like, damn. I'm in the freak off suite. So, we are here. Yes, we are in downtown Atlanta. Yes, we are looking over the Beltway. Yes, you are entitled to hate. For the folks out there who do hate about it, you are entitled to do that. That is certain. And that's going to be what it's going to be. We will be monitoring the results here. I got a television playing behind me and everything else is going on. It's a little bit noisier in here than it usually would be because I got the air conditioning on because, you know, it's hot in the city even in November and there's a bunch of folk up in here. So if I don't have the AC on, it's going to be a bunch of Negroes sweating and y'all don't want that. Well, I don't want that. Okay, so first, because I don't have another microphone here with me, my mistake. I'm going to have to let them use mine, which is gross violation. I have not allowed another human being that I was not in a relationship with to touch this. I don't know if I know y'all like that. I don't know if I want to know you like that. We will see. So what we're going to do here first, we got the lady in the building here. You can give us your insights. What do you think is going to happen tonight, and why do you think it's going to happen?
Why, thank you so much. For me, I don't have an inkling as to which way it's going to go. It could go either way, and I wouldn't be surprised. I do not think that Kamala Harris is going to carry Georgia. I don't know when people started calling Georgia a swing state, but I've always felt like Atlanta is a blue city in a red state, and it's more people in Georgia than what we have in just Atlanta. So you'll always see a blue dot for Atlanta, but I cannot recall any time a politician turned the whole state of Georgia blue. All of the visits that they've come here on and the traffic jams that they've caused, up until November 2nd, they were still visiting here. I think that too much money and energy has been spent on Georgia. I think that Georgia has been used to pilot black turnout. So they wanted to try some things here in Atlanta where it's a heavy overpopulation of black people and use that to gauge how they handle monies and events in future elections. How are we going to appeal to the black vote? So I think the effort that has been spent here in Georgia has been more of a study or more of research than anything that's proven to be effective or useful. So those are my 2 cents about it. And if I had to call a candidate, I'd call Trump.
All right, brother. What do you think? That's nothing here.
Okay, being from the state of Georgia, I'm agreeing with you. I believe it's going to be Trump. I think there was a one-off of Georgia actually going blue, or her winning Georgia, or Biden winning Georgia. I believe that neither one of the candidates are great candidates, and anybody actually. So people are up in the air about who they're going to vote for. So that's right now. I think they actually believe more in Trump than Kamala. So that's my 2 cents.
Change you can believe in. All right, bring that down. All right, hand over to them. All right.
Hey, yes, I'm going to agree with the first 2 guests here, and I'm also going to go with Trump. And reasons being, Georgia was again so-called purple back in 2020, but you had a lot of different nuances then between the pandemic, between just a lot of uncertainty that was going on, and Georgia was definitely a pilot, as you mentioned earlier, from Stacey Abrams. I believe she definitely got out and galvanized the vote, even though, ironically, Kemp beat her in a margin wider in 2022 than he did in 18, which is why I also feel that Georgia will definitely turn out for Trump, and also Trump will win the overall electoral votes. And I actually believe he's going to win the popular vote as well. And the reason I say that is because we live in the information age at this point, And one of the things that you hear the Democrats always doing is somewhat diminishing their base, diminishing the voter population out here as, low propensity or not informed. And I think the ironic twist with that is we are informed. We have different avenues other than mainstream media. We have different avenues other than, your traditional outlets that, share these particular views. So I really think people have, caught on and galvanized to a so-called, almost like an underground-based political perspective. And I think at this point, the grassroots will rise up, whether it is voting for Trump or whether it is voting for the couch. So I think Trump will win in a convincing manner.
Where do you think the Democrats went wrong?
I think the Democrats went wrong by complacency. So in 2016, that kind of shocked everyone. And, 2020, I truly believe, I obviously wouldn't say COVID was created just to defeat Trump. But I do think 2020 was an anomaly, because when you go back and you look at the numbers, economic wise, people were doing better. I think the Democrats really became uncomfortable with the pushback. And so instead of embracing the pushback from their base, they started doubling down. I'll give you just a quick example and I'll move on. So, there's been a lot of trolling going back and forth between social groups and that sort of nature. And, I started engaging. I said, listen, you all do not riot once, the results come in tonight. And so the response I got back was, well, one thing I would say is there are going to be good people on both sides. And so when I heard that quote that, someone quoted from Trump, my response was, I think that's exactly the problem. Trump will at least ride for his base. The Democrats and Kamala, even if they did decide to riot, they would not ride for their base. So I believe they went wrong by alienating their base and doubling down and thinking they could proceed to, continue not to, give us tangibles or listen to what our wants are and alienate their main base, which is the black vote.
Let me find out here from everybody here. I just did a program about where did the Democrats go wrong. I want to start over here with you, ma'am. Where do you think they went wrong at?
So this is a conversation that my husband and I have been having since you asked that question. And, his comment was go back 100 years. And my response was, I can just go back 8. I think the turning point for the Democratic Party was when they were exposed. What does that mean? How were they exposed? So you'll think, okay, the way we galvanize the black vote is to show them a black person, and they will vote for the black person. They had no idea that we expected the black person to actually do anything for us, because there has been a practice, benign neglect of our group for years, decades, centuries. So the fact that we had Barack Obama elected, and he did absolutely nothing for us as a black group. He went for a second term. We even held on to the lie, okay, he didn't get us on the first term because he didn't want to get kicked out, right? So on the second term, we know he's going to look out for us. We're going to do something. I mean, millions and millions of dollars were signed over for Native Americans. It was so much happening for every other group except ours. I feel like that was a true exposure point for the Democrats, and it was a wake-up call within the black community to say, hey, we've got to stop giving out our vote because of the color of somebody's skin, and we're going to have to focus on a quid pro quo relationship of what we're going to get back. When we look at the candidates, you can say Trump is a racist or I don't like him, and you can go on and on, but when you think about which candidate is going to do more for the black community, you have to understand that would have been Trump. Kamala's made it clear she's not going to do anything for black people specifically. No. But Trump does things for that lower class. He does a lot for poor white people. And it trickles down more when he lowers his guard. He makes it easier on different groups or interests. So somewhere where we have similar interests, like paying less taxes, is going to appeal to us because that's something that he's doing that has an impact. If you look at what the Democrats have done for us since 2008 or 2012 or even probably before that, not much has been done to address the needs and the disparity of the black American community. So where they went wrong is allowing Barack to get in office, be exposed, and not do any single thing, not one thing that was promised or inferred for black Americans. That's where they went wrong.
So,
Mr. Brown.
I think they went wrong when by trying to just use Trump as a boogeyman and not actually preparing a candidate to beat Trump. They knew Trump was coming back, but they knew that Biden had issues. They knew he was suffering from, if you say, dementia or Alzheimer's, or if he was going crazy, anything like that. They knew that he was basically a puppet and was not necessarily running the country. And so I don't think he was. So I think that's where they went wrong at. And and then trying to bring in Kamala and then not really preparing her just in case Biden wasn't able to go against Trump. So that's where they went wrong at, to me. It did, you know.
I'm gonna give you one chance. Immigrant B1, I'm gonna let you in. I'm gonna give you one chance to answer that question.
So I think that what the Democrats did wrong, amongst many things that they did wrong, is that they underestimated the new black media, because I think that they were used to foundational black Americans having a certain type of rhetoric for several years, and then things changed, but they did not take the change seriously. They obviously heard the new voices of the black media, but they thought this is just another of the same old. They're just gonna be here for a little while and then they'll go away. But now they're realizing that they should have taken the threat of the new black media seriously, because, like the doctor said, when Obama came into office, and I guess you can say they did not allow him to do anything specifically for foundational black Americans or even black people in general, they should have realized that that was a huge mistake and that they needed to do something differently, because this wasn't going to be just black people complaining a little bit and then going away. This was going to be a steady drum beat, and it was only going to get louder and louder. And now they're realizing that Trump, whom everybody knows since the Central Park Five, the guy who would not accept the fact that those black and Hispanic teenagers were innocent. Everybody knows that essentially Trump is racist. So technically speaking, it should be easy for almost really anyone in the country with half a brain who runs for office to beat Trump. But the fact that Kamala is struggling as much as she is, instead of this being, like it should be so much easy for her. It shouldn't even be a question of who's going to win. But the fact that it's basically coming down to the wire, I think that it all goes back to the fact that when the new black media came on the scene, the Democrats didn't take them seriously, and they didn't realize that people are listening to them. And it may not seem obvious at the time, but the group is getting larger, and now they're realizing that they're about to lose not just this election, but the entire political foundation. And so they're going to have to do things a lot differently moving forward.
They put a lot of stock on abortion. Kamala Harris went all in on abortion. We are here in Atlanta. the home of skinny jeans and hoes trying to get rid of bastard babies. So I want to ask you here, for the fellas who live here, we got some folks who live here. I want to ask, do you think that's a winning strategy to go all in on abortion of all things? She went super heavy across the board. They really think that's a favored issue in black society in particular. So for those of you who live here in Atlanta, we're going to start over here on the right. Is abortion a winning issue?
No, I don't think abortion is a winning issue. It's, particularly, here in Atlanta, even though we are in Atlanta, this is still the, Bible Belt and conservative state. So if we want to particularly talk about Atlanta, I would say, you can have some points there, but at the same time, I think that you are underestimating the morals and principles of many black families here in Atlanta, or just many families in general. So when when you bring up the issue of abortion, even though again there may be different interpretations of the law or different interpretations of terms and my body, my choice, I think that you are really taking a risk by gambling on the fact that will galvanize a population.
Okay, to the lady in the room, how popular is abortion?
So, full disclaimer, my social circle is probably different from a lot of other people's. So within my social circle, abortion is really a non-issue. I hear more people who have sacrificed their earlier years for education or for bettering humanity, and have waited to have children. So I have more experience, more dealings, more interaction with the people struggling from infertility than I do with people who are wanting these abortions. I drive by, like Planned Parenthood and that kind of thing. I don't see anybody there anymore. And I don't see protesters. It used to be like, I remember when I was in high school, there were actually protesters who were out with the sign doing a picket thing. I think too much was invested into abortion in this election, and it was a word that invokes emotion. So it was abused and overused, but I don't think it was a true issue. This election to me seemed more like a chance to deal with as many non-issues as possible before we deal with any of the real issues that we're facing, like job placement or job discrimination, or even reparations, or it's so housing discrimination, healthcare discrimination. I know on the broadcast earlier in the week we heard from the nurse who was telling us about the labor and delivery disparities, which I will be honest, I have been working on that since 2000. There was something that came out under, I think it was the Clinton administration, called Healthy People 2010. And they set up 5 healthcare markers that Black Americans were more discriminated in or suffered a higher disparity of positive outcome, or a higher disparity of negative outcome than our counterparts. On the issue at that time was prenatal care, labor and delivery, maternal care, that high C-section rate and the high death rate when it came to Black moms, Black babies. Go to 2010, there was no improvement in the numbers. So they did Healthy People 2020. It wasn't as politicized or talked about as Healthy People 2010, but they continued the same metrics and goals with no improvement. Sometimes if you Google, you might see something about Healthy People 2030, but all of the government money, funding, and research that we were actually doing to help reduce these disparities are not even talked about. It's not even a budget item. It's not even something that's used in 2024. And the numbers are the same or worse than they were in the early 2000s. We still haven't met our 2010 Healthy People goals. So I feel like it was a lot done to create a bunch of noise where people are talking about things that really don't matter much. And I don't want to be insensitive to women. I think that they should all have a choice. You could also choose to prevent your pregnancy. There are all kinds of choices that can be made. I do understand that sometimes it's a medical emergency and that kind of thing. I get the nuances that goes along with that, but it could have been a smaller portion of an infertility bill that was passed where it had allowed for medical abortions and that kind of thing. And in fact, Kamala and Joe have been in office for 4 years. They could have easily given some executive orders or some guidance around emergency abortions. Just my 2 cents.
Anybody in here had an abortion?
No.
Is anybody in here scared to say they had one because I'm here?
No.
Are you afraid you're going to be the topic of my next program? Okay. Let me go ahead and give my take on that. My take on the abortion issue is they had Kamala Harris, and that's the only thing she knows anything about. She doesn't know about economics. She doesn't know about crime, ironically enough. Or at least she can't. Their goal was to deflect from issues they found her weak on. And they told her just stay away from that altogether. Don't talk about blackness because you're gonna get your head knocked off. So stay away from that. Don't talk about economics. You don't have an economic plan. Trump is the money guy. He's gonna kick your ass. Don't talk about education other than say, well, we'll go pay this off for you. They felt that this was the one issue where she could hit Trump and he couldn't hit back. That was the simple calculus they made. Whether she's doing an interview, a press conference, which she's been avoiding, or if somebody at random, this was something she was confident about. And they didn't have to worry, was she going to say something stupid? They were confident. It seems like a lifetime ago when Sarah Palin was looking to become vice president. We all remember those of us who were there, we remember what happened when she did those interviews with Charlie Gibson and Katie Couric. I can see Russia from my house. Things like that. And the problem was she came across as summarily ignorant and unknowing. And that's a hard jacket to get off. Terribly hard jacket to get off. Especially when you make your pedigree showing your legs. You know, when you make a pedigree for being cute, be careful. You really want to have a pedigree for being smart if you're a female. The more folks talk about how cute you are, you need to smack them. And you need to talk about how smart you are. So when they put her in front of a microphone, what you found out was Sarah Palin didn't know anything. She was friendly, but she didn't know anything. And when they left her alone to answer questions by herself, she couldn't handle it. Unless they threw softballs, and eventually somebody gonna throw some hard balls at your head. And she wasn't ready. Well, we all remember how ditzy Sarah was. That's Kamala. Her job was to give Joe Biden cover for blacks and women. That was her job. And to say nothing. He didn't know the ass was gonna fall out 4 months before the election. Now you're stuck with her, and she doesn't know anything except abortion. And just leave women's ovaries alone. And the real issue is you got more abortions now than you did before the Dobbs decision. There's only a limited amount of traction you can get out of a bunch of screaming chicks running around talking about their ovaries, and most of them talking about they can't even have kids anymore. There's the loudest voices in the room can't have kids anymore, including Kamala. Kamala is so worried about her ability to have kids that she ain't ever had any. She's so worried about that. There's the problem. She is the Democrat Sarah Palin. One issue that she knows about, she's out there to go be friendly, and she doesn't even Sarah Palin wasn't nearly as awkward, which is the real bad part. Kamala next to Cardi B don't look good. And then you send Cardi B out there to screech at us about abortion. Meanwhile, the baby in her belly, she been bouncing on top of the dude she been cheating on her husband with. They did that because that was the only issue they felt they could trust her with. That was it. And they were just hoping, hey, this is it. We don't have anything else. That's what I believe happened. When the post-mortem is done, when the experts finally write their books, they're going to say, because when she loses, no, they're going to go in on her. Remember Mike Dukakis and everybody, when you lose, they go in on you. Everybody who knew everything, they're going to write their little slick books. They're going to write their little slick articles, unnamed sources, but they're going to go in on her and they're going to say, yeah, we were prepping her for debate. She was a total airhead. She couldn't master anything. She was awkward. She was scared to talk about blackness. Even the white girls couldn't coach her. The other folk gonna start dropping the dime after she loses. Then they're gonna say something. And what they'll say is, yeah, she was an airhead. That was it. In California, she slept her way to where she got, and she just got lucky, and finally, the truth finally came out at the last minute. This is a hell of a time to find out you don't have a good candidate. Hell of a time. Let me find out here from everyone here. Do you think what is the old black media going to do? If Kamala Harris loses tonight, and for the sake of argument, I'm still going to say if. Okay. We'll give you the benefit of the doubt. If Kamala Harris loses tonight, what does the old black media say? What do they say? What are they going to do? Let me go ahead and start down here. One brother, go ahead and get you.
The old black media's first target would be the new black media. They're going to blame, like you've said before, like the new black media has been saying, they're going to say it was black men primarily, black people overall. We should have done more, even though as you drive into downtown Atlanta, even today, there's a mural of Kamala. There's a bunch of folk out here supporting her heavy. So they're going to say that we should have done more, even though we're the Democratic Party's base, and they haven't done anything for us.
So you think they're going to blame black people in general?
Black people in general, black men in specific.
Not just us over here on the new black media side. You think black folk, they're going to blame black people in general. Interesting.
It'll be a hierarchy with the new black media at the top and black people in general overall.
I think that's an interesting point. What do you think, Mr. Gray?
I mean, my what I get from that audience and that crowd is a sense of entitlement. So I think it'll be, definitely shaming tactics, and they will use the fact that, here's the things I've heard, Russian bots or AI, just disinformation, misinformation. Anytime that you don't agree with that particular audience, it seems like you are the one with the problem, and you just don't want to, so-called get on board. So I think that, they would definitely blame the black media for, again, spreading misinformation, but it will be utilized in a, shaming tactic, or, we are not, cerebral enough to understand what's going on. So I think it'll mainly be shaming tactics and a lack of information of what we did not receive from them, since we have, caught on to a grassroots movement and a grassroots media.
Your turn.
So for me, I'm thinking the old black media will phase out. What does that mean? I think that they're going to understand that they have no pull. They have no political integrity. They've been compromised to a point where, as long as if they're getting money, they'll tell us anything. And now you're dealing with a group of people who are uncompromising and who are demanding money for everybody, not just paying 2 or 3 black people to push your agenda and your message. So I do think that they will initially blame the new black media. I think that your point about the hierarchy of how that blame is going to go makes perfect sense, but I don't think we'll have to listen to it long, because if the Democrats lose this election, they would have spent all of their political capital and lost faith in anything that the old black media could contribute. And I think they'll doubt their ability to ever deliver anything. I mean, if you look at, say, for example, I don't know, if you throw out a name like Roland Martin, he spent a lot of time trying to get Hillary in office. He did things that were questionable, and his integrity was exposed. However, I feel like with this election, they even threw him a bit of a bone to say, show us what you can do. And the fact that he has done nothing to get them that black vote, I think that it is going to be a time of reckoning where the old black media will do as Tom Joyner has done and go lay down. So that's my 2 cents.
I think it'll be they're gonna blame black men, but they can't really. They gotta really blame themselves, and then it's gonna be a combination of black media, guys like Tariq saying like they some fools, and you're not gonna vote, and we have people, ancestors and things like that died to vote, and you guys. The reason why we lost because y'all over there saying that you want reparations and you're never gonna get that. So just vote, like vote for the lesser of the two evil, which is Kamala, because she's black. So the black media, no, hey, don't follow those guys. They're crazy and XYZ. So I think like that's gonna be the blame, and so I think like the Van Jones and the guys like Roland Martin, they still will be. I'm not gonna say they're relevant. They will be relevant, but in 4 more years, they're gonna reuse those guys. They're gonna bring them back in. I don't think that they'll just go off into obscurity. I think they'll be missing for a little while, and then they'll bring them back when they have another candidate. So that's what I believe.
I don't see him coming back because you've now had a decade of proving that you're worthless. I think the tactic is going to have to change.
I don't think that matters. I don't think that matters, and the reason is because it takes too long. It takes too long, and it's too hard to cultivate an asset. Yeah. Roland, whether you like him or not, he's been out there. Right. There's the issue. So, who do you replace him with?
Nobody, because the Mark Lamont Hills and the Don Lemons, and those are the people that they would kind of like try to plug and play. It's like but when they can't use them anymore, like you say, like they become a broken tool, then who do you have to replace them? Who are you going to replace Van Jones with?
So, I think that, and I'm just going to speak on just my experience, okay? I'm a bit of an outlier. So by a lot of people's account, I shouldn't even be in this room with you all or listening to the new black media. I have so I've done the whole Jack and Jill thing and the debutante thing. I pledged a sorority thing and the HBCU thing. And one thing that I've noticed is that they're always brewing the next batch of people. They're always cultivating. They specifically will look for the people who are doing the Boule clubs or the Jack and Jill, or even even looking at people who are pledging in the sororities and fraternities and vetting them and weaning them, just like we saw Simone Sanders come and pop on the scene here late, and it's like, well, where did she come from? If you go back and you look, she was at the White House when she was 16 because they invited her, right? So they're starting on our children very young, targeting them and cultivating them so that they can build these assets. Now, who is the asset to replace Roland Martin? That I don't know. But does that asset exist, and have they already entered training? Absolutely.
I see what you mean.
So that would be just my 2 cents. None of us are irreplaceable. I mean, Quincy Jones died yesterday. I think that the business of America is always based on a continuation plan. It's always based on business continuity. And that said, it makes each of us replaceable to a certain extent. there's nobody that they use because they have to use them or they feel that person is not replaceable. Just by the nature of us being human, a replacement for everybody is always in the works.
Yeah. I also feel that one thing that is going to be particular is accusations of misogyny. Because I think we already heard that from Obama's speech when he was excoriating black men. They were saying that one of the reasons why black men in particular did not want to vote for Kamala was because black men didn't want to vote for a woman, or in particular a black woman, in quotes. So I think that that's going to be one of the heavy points that they're going to use, accusing black men of not wanting to elevate black women. And I think that it's not going to go very far because a lot of black women are going to say, well, we don't really identify with her. We don't think that she's one of us. We don't see anything that she's done for us. So, I think there was a video of her washing collard greens in the bathtub. I don't know what black women, either immigrants or foundational black Americans, identify with that. So I think that they're going to try that amongst other things, and it's going to fail, obviously.
Well, I think that if you look at the numbers, white women are not voting for it. Even when you had Hillary and I think Kamala. So it's not going to be a situation where we could have actually taken over and just did whatever kind of magical thing they want us to do, because they still would have to not alienate us. Then they would have to pull like white women and white men. So okay. That's what
I think the reason they will somewhat, as far as the old black media remain relevant, is because over here in the new black media, I think we're the only ones that distinguish lineage. You know what I mean? So when we weren't necessarily talking about, we had discussions about Kamala being black, but at the same time, it's like, okay, we already know this is the Trojan horse situation. We are falling for the banana in the tailpipe. But what the old black media brings is that identity politics of, okay, blackface kind of looks like us, this black-brown coalition, and those are the numbers that they need to sustain us, to kind of, stall us out or whatnot, building a coalition from, the different black and brown groups. So I think they will remain, I think relevant is a strong word, but the Democrats will lean on them heavily to rile up that base to offset the delineation.
Let's ask a different question. If the Republicans lose tonight, what is the lesson that they're going to take away from this? If the Republicans lose tonight, they've been thinking, I have my own thoughts on this, but let me go ahead and just ask you all yourselves here. What you think the lesson is that the Republicans will take away from this. Mr. Brown, if they lose.
If they lose, I don't think they've actually thought about that. I don't think that if they lose, I don't believe they will lose. I think that they're so convinced that she's just not a strong candidate. She's and like you were saying earlier, she don't really possess like strong like characteristics as far as like being like they have that that likability and stuff. So I don't think they actually haven't even thought about that. That's my take on it.
I think that the base, the people themselves who support the Republicans, are going to say that this is just another example of America going the wrong way, America being brainwashed, because they never blame themselves. They never say, hey, maybe we should do something different. So I think that they're just going to say, well, America has been successfully brainwashed by the leftists. And then for those in higher positions in the Republican Party, they're going to say, well, this is proof that Trump's era is finally over and that we finally need to go in a different direction. We need to find a different horse, a different person to lead the Republican Party. It's not Trump. It has to be something else. And then they're probably going to say maybe we should actually start looking into implement whatever it is in a project 2025 or was it 2024. They're going to start being heavy on that, saying that maybe we didn't go hard enough, because I think Trump said that he had dissociated himself with that thing.
Right.
So if they lose, I think they're going to see, he should have embraced that wholeheartedly. So I feel like they're going to say that we did not go hard enough, or we just chose the wrong person in Trump, and that we need someone who is maybe younger, more charismatic, but still, conservative Republican. So I think that's what's going to happen if they lose.
And this is what makes us such a unique people, a unique lineage, because either way, we are going to get the blame. So if the Republicans lose, they're going to blame wokeness, wokeism, however you want to articulate it. And that comes back to us. They're going to say that the Democrats have gone, or the country has gone too far left, leaning into woke, when we all know that woke is a mush bag of, LGBT and trans, whatever. But when it all comes back to, it's going to be blame, foundations, blame us as black. So regardless of who wins, we are still going to get the blame, which is, furthermore, why we must be 10 toes down on a particular stance. Again, when you think about their primary issues, when they are, talking about what's going on with the country, it's going too far to the left. And when they mention going too far to the left, they actually do mention reparations. And, we've already seen what is going on in the state of California. So, I just wanted to interject that regardless of who wins or lose, we will get the blame.
And I think for me, I disagree with you, Mr. Gray, only because I think Immigrant B1 had a point where he said they're not going to take any accountability. To have any type of retrospection and say, we could have done this differently, that will never happen. And they won't, in my opinion, won't blame black people, because then that's acknowledging our power and giving us too much power. The only people who like to give us power or call us their base in a benign way are Democrats. So I feel like the Republicans, if they lose tonight, are going to blame Russia, foreign interference, stealing of the election. You're going to hear from election officials. You're going to hear all of these stories about I voted for Trump and the ballot kept switching to Kamala and I wasn't able to get my vote for Trump in. I think we're going to be caught up in physical violence and legal litigation should the Republicans lose for the next couple of years. I don't think it will be a mention, a word, or a fiber about black Americans or black lineage or reparations or anything, because the Republicans have built their base and their existence on ensuring black Americans always feel powerless. So to concede and to give us any type of credit for swaying an election either way, I just don't see it happening.
I don't disagree with acknowledging blacks. I think that they will acknowledge the movement of woke, of being so far left. And I'm saying that is us. Mm-hmm. I'm saying that's a euphemism of black woke. I don't think they will literally say, let's blame, black people, but they will talk about how the country has moved so far to the left in the sense of where, traditional American values are not a part of democracy. So I definitely don't think they will use the word, black, but I think they will scapegoat it and say that the country is leaning more towards left, which in my opinion is a euphemism to, leaning towards the black agenda.
So I understand what you're saying. I think that where we differ is that I have never associated them to mean wokeness as black people. For me, when our counterparts are talking about woke, they're talking about black sympathizers. They're talking about the people within their group that are being sympathetic to the black community, or even acknowledging the blacks need reparations, or they should be equal to all of the white people who have the Black Lives Matter signs and all of that thing. I think that that's where you'll have that wokeness and that civil war. It won't be blacks against whites. It won't be the North against South. It's going to be woke white people versus unwoke white, or white supremacists versus white sympathizers. Is that the word? I don't know what they call them, but I don't think woke is referring to us.
When they use it.
When they use it,
Right.
I don't think they're referring to us.
So even when you have people like the Dunn Lemons and Mark Lamont Hills, they use the woke to attack black people, to like say, hey, you got the 10-4 kufi on and you guys are just off to the left. So they have started using that as a way to like denigrate like people that are in the new black media.
Without
So-
the new black media.
America is built on a bastard language that's easy to conflate, and words have multiple meanings. You learn about, help me because I'm a scientist, not an English major, but you learn about the connotative and then the denotative way that you can use a term, okay? So to keep us confused, and especially because our black media that's mainstream is not for us, they're against us in every way, they want us to have confusion about the term woke and wokeness. So now the black anchors are using it to suggest, oh, this means black people. But what I am talking about is in the white social circles, when I'm at the country club or wherever I am with them, the way the word woke is used and interpreted are white people who are sympathetic to black troubles.
Is it not both though, where the outside core of it, or the outer layer of it is those people, but the core of it is black people? Because their anxieties and fears are always built around us at the center.
It has multiple levels. I agree with you. It can be used either way. It can be used to talk about black people. It can be used to talk about white people who are in support of black people. You have to listen to the whole conversation and the context in which that word is used, because it is manipulated just like every other word in our English language. People don't want to talk about white supremacy. They want to say racism. They want to try to convince us that racists can also be black, and that is not a true thing. Just by the definition of racism, you can only have one group that's supreme and one group that's racist. So I think that it is used to cause confusion, sow dissension, and also to hide or mask the internal white civil war that's going on right now between their group.
So when we talk about a white civil war, I still would think that civil war is about, controlling the spoils of it, which is us. It still comes back to controlling us. So I have yet to hear anyone define what woke is. And typically when you can't define what something is, there's an underlying dog whistle that's not wanting to be put on mainstream. So when we talk about, Democrats and Republicans, and not necessarily picking a side, but, the initial question was, what happens if the Democrat lose? And the second question, what happens if Republican lose? I feel that regardless of who the winner is, there's going to be a highlighted, which is not bad for us to be highlighted in this political environment. But I just feel we need to be prepared to own it either way, because I know nobody is not necessarily saying vote for Trump, but I do also feel that if Trump wins, there's this underlying, rah-rah moment there you can have because we are so against the Democrats. And all I'm saying is if Trump wins, or vice versa, if the Democrats win, at the end of the day, whoever wins, the attention is going to, come on us. I'm not saying that that's correct, but the way the political environment is swinging, I think that we are in a point of time where it's been 60, 70 years since the civil rights movement, since there have been this much tension within, political environments where we are disagreeing so much. And again, not necessarily that that's bad, but we're just in a particular place in society to where amongst ourselves, we're having real conversations on, all right, it's time to break left or break right. But regardless of who wins, the attention is coming on us. So I feel that we win regardless at this point in the election of who wins between Democrats and Republicans.
Well, let me go ahead and weigh in on that myself here. I think she has a good point. When they say woke, they're referring to us. That's a dog whistle specifically meant for us. But she's defining it as a verb, which is correct. It's not just a noun, it's also a verb. Woke isn't just something that you are, it's something you can do. And what she's saying is that the sympathizers are doing woke, which is what I call wokeness. So anybody who's saying anything that they perceive as beneficial to us, and more importantly, them not running it, well, that's woke. And I think what she's hitting on here, might not be articulating it quite the way I'm about to say it, but I think what she's hitting on is it's being used as a shaming tactic in white society. So it's meant not just for black ears, it's also meant for white ears.
Yes.
And that this is specifically being calibrated for white ears. We can't call you a nigger lover or a traitor or whatever. So the word we're going to use is woke. And what do you know? Woke runs parallel with nigger loving and nigger traitor. Isn't that amazing? So, yeah, I think that's a good point to make there, is that it's attacking us. Of course, it's absolutely intended to attack us, but the strategy is to undermine any support for us in white society by saying, and you're woke for being off code. It's a way of saying that woke is for white people is you're off code. So for us, niggas, and for white folk, off code. And it gives them a way of attacking you without having to say those words, which is very powerful and useful when you think about it. That's actually very effective and very useful when you think about it, because they're cloaking it under the guise of a social issue, which is actually what Lee Atwater taught them. So you make a good point here. So I got to bring this 720 degrees for you all. Remember what Lee Atwater said when he told the fella, don't record me. You're not recording me, are you? Okay, good. Let me tell you how we do it. And when he said that he said you can't say nigger anymore, and it has to become more abstract. So he said eventually we get to it gets so abstract that now we're talking about tax policy and building freeways. And well, what does that have to do with race? And so he's like, and that's what we wanted. So you're talking about taxes, the way in which we're going to calibrate it will be racialized. You're talking about freeways, the way we calibrate it will be racialized. And if you don't adopt this tax policy, this tax strategy, you're woke. If you're not adopting this social policy, you're woke. So she makes a good point in that regard. Just that, yeah, when they use it, they're using it they're not just using it in reference to us as a people, the noun. They're also using it in reference to specifically white people, and to point out, hey, he's not doing what he's supposed to be doing over there. Hey, look at that guy. He's not doing what he's supposed to be doing. So it's a shaming tactic and an identifier. So I think she's got a very good point in that regard. It's twofold, but it's specifically for white. There's a portion of this specifically for white ears, specifically to tap them on the shoulder, because saying woke don't bother us. It's just the next iteration of nigga. Okay, our job is to recognize, oh, you doing that. The real thing is is it weakening some white folks out there? Is it enough to get them? Everything is about recalibrating white supremacy to make it palatable. Nobody wants to be a white extremist. So can we repackage this so that it's not white extremism? It's not, so they don't have to feel like that. Oh, I'm just supporting a social issue. I'm not one of those alt-right people. And that gives them a way in which they could reasonably accept that and go for that and just say, well, no, I'm just not. You all are being leftist extremists. Remember, that's what Bill Maher said. Now I played you former Governor Andrew Cuomo. I played you him saying it now. So yeah, woke is their word for leftist extremism. It's talking about niggas, but for white folk, it's leftist extremism. So that would be specifically for them. So I see how that makes sense. That definitely makes sense. And that would be something that you see go forward. Jason, what's your take on the Republicans lose? The Republicans lose. The first person who's going to jump his double jackass self up is Vivek Ramaswamy. He's going to be the first one who jumps up, wearing the hair shirt, whining, pitching, moaning, complaining, up and down the line. He will be first. He's going to try to outwhite the white folk. That's what Vivek's going to do. He is going to be the first one doing that. The problem with Republicans is that they are, in most cases, covert narcissists. And I mean that in the purest sense of the word. As far as they're concerned, if you don't agree with them, you are an idiot. You're just brain damaged. They literally, it's like, you're just wrong. You're a moron. You're an idiot. There's just nothing to say. That's the way they see the world. That's what they want to believe. In my documentary Race War, when I talked to Jared Taylor really did believe what he said. He really did believe that. When he said, Louis Farrakhan and them, which is a euphemism for us, he said they talk about having their own independent black nation, but they're always asking whitey for things. And he said, that's the point. They don't want their own independent nation. What they really want is to have something, but they want us to run it, is what they want. That's what they really believe. They really do believe that we are all sitting around pining, saying, okay, we want to have our piece of the thing over here, but we need white folk to run it. So we're just trying to figure, what you're saying is we're trying to figure out a way to improve our position within the power structure, but we ultimately do not believe we're qualified to run it or capable of running it. So we need you to stick around. Well, obviously that's not really the case. That's actually not the case, and we know that. But this is what they want to believe. This comforts them. This tells them they don't have to accept the full gravity of what we're saying because we've run things without them. They keep coming back in and hijacking it. So they want to tell themselves, they don't really mean it the way they're saying it. They don't really mean it the way they're trying to go about it. That's not really what they want. Yeah, that's really what we want. Yeah, it is. And so they look for things that comfort them. So if they lose tonight, they will simply tell you that it doesn't mean what it so obviously means. Hey, fellas, what happened to that black vote you had? One of the most outrageous things for me has been turning on Fox News. I know, it's just sadomasochism. I'll go sadomasochism. And they're sitting there talking about Trump's strides with black men in the black community. As if we are really resonating with the hell he's talking about. And they refuse to accept the reality of it. We're not voting for him. This is a vote against her, sir. We didn't support you 4 years ago. We didn't support you 8 years ago. This is not a vote for you. And you need to understand what this is so it don't go to your head and you tell yourself it means something it doesn't. Because then you're going to start taking liberties, and as soon as you start doing that, we're going to put boots to asses. Then you'll be like, what? They voted for me. And in reality, what they're going to find, I believe, from the exit polls and whatnot, is that the black vote shrank tonight. That's all you're really going to find. The black vote for the Democrats went down. It didn't really go up for Trump. It just went down for the Democrats. But he'll want to believe, see, they want me running it. They don't mind me. The Central Park 5 thing, that's the opposite side of it. For the Democrats, if Kamala Harris wins, then that means we don't have to do nothing for you niggas. Reparations, economics, we don't have to do anything for you. That I won without you. If Trump wins, then he'll see that as, oh, well, the Central Park thing doesn't matter. And my racism, they don't care about that. See, that doesn't bother them Negroes. They voted for you anyway. That's what he'll take away from it. Because he'll want to believe that. He won't want to believe the real reality of it because it's like, no, you're not actually stable. You're not actually solid. So look for them to make a bunch of assertions and a bunch of claims that are completely erroneous, completely wrong. They will overextend themselves as they did before and believe that they got a white supremacist mandate, which they don't. And they're going to try for things that simply are going to turn out badly. And the honeymoon for Trump is going to last about 3 or 4 months. And then he comes back to reality. Unless he does something radically different. And I don't see that. There's no reason to believe that's going to happen at all. None. But that's my prediction. If the Republicans lose, they'll say woke. They'll say the country's stupid. They'll say there's just too many dumb people. They'll say there's too many folk brainwashed by the media. They're going to say all that. Never mind J.D. Vance saying that black farmers don't need their money from the government. Don't worry about that. Don't let that get in your way at all. Don't mind the fact that, by the way, just y'all talking about woke and DEI alone, we know your nigga code words. Don't let that get in the way. Don't let that bother you. That's going to be their takeaway from it. You have two political parties who really just want to have their way and don't really want to acknowledge the reality of what's expected of them. Only one of them is about to take it a lot harder on the chin than the other. That's most likely what's going to happen tonight. Oh yeah, one more thing. If the Republicans lose tonight, Trump goes to jail. That's the other thing. Oh, yeah. If the Republicans lose tonight, Trump goes to jail. Don't believe Bill O'Reilly. Don't believe any of them other folk. If they lose tonight, there's a prosecutor out there who's going to want to put a feather in their cap and say, damn, Young Thug and Diddy, if I can get Trump in jail for 90 days, put me in the Senate. That's the other thing that will happen if the Republicans lose. That's the other thing. All right, quick update here. We're going back and forth. I've been back and forth here between CNN and Fox News with their live coverage of the seat. CNN is really running behind over there. I think they're just in denial. They got Harris at 53 and Trump at 154 electoral votes. Fox News has Harris at 117 and Trump at 195. So, like I say, just moving along, things are not going nearly as well as they would have hoped there to begin with. The night is young, but if things go down the way folk are expecting, because he's already in Georgia, CNN is complaining and whining about in Georgia, talking about Trump is doing just a point better than he did in 2020. Is Harris going to match that around Atlanta? So if you have to ask the question, sir, this is hopium talking. So they're hoping she can go ahead and make it out there, but they're slow walking it over there. They are slow walking it over there for real. Want to ask a different question here tonight. What is going to happen in the home stretch of this last year where they really started talking about black men? So needless to say, they finally have decided that they can't ignore that anymore. What is going to be the talk after this election should the Democrats lose? That gender divide thing that they've been trying to work for so long here. What do you think is going to happen after tonight with that? Mr. Gray?
With the gender divide, I think it's going to be, rinse and repeat. Because based on, perception and, I don't have any facts or statistics in front of me, but based on, perception, that has always been a part of the mission is to divide and conquer. So I don't see them going away from that. Although I can see them saying, okay, clearly this was not the best strategy or approach to take at this point to have the Obamas pretty much come out and male bash specifically or gender bash specifically. I don't see them going away from it because it's somewhat in the wheelhouse to divide and conquer the black family, and that goes back to our arrival on these shores. So I think that's just going to be something we're going to have to continuously fight and disprove, and pretty much not get complacent on a victory, because I definitely think they will continue to try to divide us. based on gender and dividing the family.
I think that something that had been mentioned a few years ago, the idea of, I think it was black men being the white men of black society or something like that, I think that's going to make a comeback. I think that two words are going to be thrown around a lot, misogynoir and abortion. Black men are going to be accused of trying to control black women, trying to control black women's bodies, trying to control black women having babies or not. And so there's going to be some type of appeal to black women. It's like, see, this is why you need to separate yourself from black men. There's going to be a lot of dating coaches online talking about why black women need to start dating more and more non-black men. There's going to be a lot of that. It's going to be an attempt to reinforce the idea that, black women and black men are two completely separate groups, that they have two completely separate agendas, and the news media is going to do their very best to keep trying to push black women away from black men. The one thing that I don't think is even going to happen is that they're going to encourage more black women to run for office. I don't know if they'll do that, because I think they'll see that as a risk, because if you tell black women to start running for office and they start winning, can you guarantee that they're not going to get, drunk on power against the white supremacy? Because if black women feel like they can actually start winning office, then they're going to start asking themselves, okay, but if I can win office, especially as an independent, do I really need the Democrats? Do I really need the Republicans? So I think that they would encourage black women to keep voting in Democrat-supported candidates, but they will definitely not encourage black women to run for office with their own agenda, because now you're taking somewhat of a risk, because it could go either way. You could have a black female candidate supporting the Democrat agenda, but then again, you could have a black female candidate deciding that she doesn't really want to toe the Democrat line and that she wants to do things a little bit differently. So I feel like they would push black women forward, but just enough to stay in line with the Democrat agenda, but not so much that they actually start seeking power for themselves and try to do things differently. But I think that is definitely going to be a push to, like you said, gender divide and try to get black women away from black men. They might even start coming up with financial incentives, like programs specifically geared towards black women and things like that. So I think that's what's going to happen.
So as a woman, I probably just see things a little bit different from you guys.
Oh, hell.
So, ladies, help me out now in the chat. I know y'all listening.
Here we go again. 2028 all male group. 2028 all male group.
No problems.
I see the error in my ways tonight.
No, I'm coming back.
Only with a research warrant.
So I actually see it going the other way. Like, I think black women will be encouraged to couple with and partner with black men, because the new strategy is going to be, okay, we can't get these black men no matter what we're doing. They're out here. They've gone rogue. We can't control them. But black women can control black men, right? So if you think about it, when it's time for, as a wife, if it's time for your husband to have a screening or a check or annual checkup, most of the time they won't go unless you push it or you schedule the appointment. It doesn't matter what's going on with him. He's going to be at work. He's going to be doing his thing. It's not going to be fooling with the doctor. Using that same philosophy or take, I think that they will go back into a manipulation of the black man using the black woman, which encourages us to partner together or work together. That's just how I see it, but I don't know enough about people dynamics or relationships. So what I focus on are science, analytics, the numbers, right? And probability based on the numbers that we've seen. Where I don't specialize is like people activity or understanding thought process. And I think it's because I'm more of a logical thinker, so things have to make sense to me. And humans are not always logical or rational. How they handle things as a group is very, very different. And that's why psychologists have made so much money. Sociologists have made a lot of strides in money just watching groups of people and seeing how they react to things. So for me, yes, black men will be in trouble. They will be reprimanded. But the solution for you all, I think, will be you need a black woman. And I think it will be blowing up in their face because they're going to end up putting us back together, and that's a powerful union.
They got avenues they want to use. The Stacey Abrams angle obviously has not been working out the way they would have wanted to. The light-skinned chick angle is about to go down the flames tonight. The little mixed kids thing. That's about the light-skinned stuff is about to. It's not looking good. The light-skinned stuff, it's not. Why are the men so problematic? The men are so problematic because over time we're having an effect. We're having influence. That's what they're looking at. The bottom line is we are closer, and always will be, to black women than their white consultants, their white media people, or their black puppet feminists and moist Negroes. We're closer. And they've been following the numbers. Their job, like when I first started the Black channel, everybody was telling me about what I need to do and this, that, and the other. I told you all then, I said, 10, 15 years ago, I said, CNN knows about me. They know. I'm not worried about getting 1 million people. CNN's watching me. It's their job to do that. And then once 7 a.m. came out, I'm like, okay, if they know about Issa Rae, they damn sure know about me because I blew the doors off of what she did. Their job is to ignore you if you're not to their benefit. Pretend you don't exist. So they'll either have the strategy of quarantine or inoculation. First, they try to quarantine. Just ignore him. Put him over there, leave him in the box, ignore it. Next comes inoculation. You go fight them directly. They're scared to fight directly because we're going to win that argument every time. We're not out here emotionally. We got logical arguments. We have an ideology. We're talking about facts and figures. We found your lies. We found your deceptions. You don't want to talk to us because we're going to zero back in on that. And the evening ends badly for you. The problem they have is that they see us as the men misleading the women. You're leading the women away. 1 percentage point at a time. That's a devastating effect. 1 percentage point at a time, they're losing it. We ain't got nowhere else to be. We're going to be here next year regardless. The Democrat machine doesn't have that luxury. They don't get to do this 24 hours a day. They're visiting. We live here. That's why they want to shut that down. That's why they want to stop that. That's why that's very, very important. This year, what they have acknowledged is that they need to attack the men. We can't sit back and hope for the best anymore. We got to go ahead and attack the men. So let's go see if we can get some old washed up rappers, some old washed up actors, D.L. Hughley, one of your funny men. Won't you all go listen to him? And it's not tonight, if Kamala Harris loses, what that means is that doesn't work. Do you realize that they threw everything in the kitchen sink, all this stuff out there? If she loses, especially if she loses by more than 2 points, more than 2 percentage points, DL might end up getting evicted tonight. They might go and just yank his couch out the house right now. That's it. Seriously. There's a whole bunch of people who are sweating bricks right now, worried about what happens if this occurs. The black feminists. This is not a good trend for you. Nobody's really listening to you. You're loud. You're obnoxious. You're all over Twitter. By the way, Dave Chappelle said Twitter's not a real place. You've seen more stuff supporting Kamala Harris on Twitter than you have Trump. They have flooded the zone over there. What they're about to find out is that they're probably the loudest people in the room. That's probably what they're about to find out. You're the loudest people in the room, but that's not what wins. Being the smartest people in the room is probably going to be what wins. Probably. Last but not least, folks ain't really looking to be next in line for skinny jeans, Timberlands wearing female society. That's going to be a kick to the guts for them. That the toxic masculinity thing didn't work. Not only that, you turned a bunch of people off with it. And they voted with their feet. They don't care if D.L. Hughley doesn't like them and think they're groovy. They don't care if they don't have the approval of Beyonce. You all realize they emptied the damn gun this time, is what I'm saying. They threw everything, including the kitchen sink and the pipes. They threw everything. How do you, think about this for a few moments. If they lose tonight, how do you march Beyonce back out in 4 years? All anybody's going to remember is the very first time that she came out and spoke for a candidate, it went down in flames. How do you march Cardi B back out? Kelly Rowland? Tyler Perry? Samuel L. Jackson? Oprah Winfrey? How do you march any of them out? These are supposed to be the big guns now. Oh, Negroes, listen to the celebrities. Jermaine Dupri, come on, man. John Legend. LeBron James. They did everything. If this doesn't work, how do you turn around and do this again in 4 years? What do you replace them with? If you're going, how do you replace Beyonce? If you can get Beyonce to stop her tour long enough to show up, I'm like, okay, nigga, you better get everything you asked for because that's her up there. And that didn't work. I mean, who you got to bring in to give a speech? Moses? If Beyonce don't get it done, who will? Jason, why'd they bring Beyonce? They didn't bring out Beyonce because they thought they were going to get one more male vote. They brought out Beyonce because their consultants told them, you need to galvanize the female vote to compensate for the male vote that you will not get. That's what they told them. Jason, why did they wait so long? They waited the week before the damn election. They were hoping, they should have done this months ago, but they were hoping that if you do this at the last minute, that will energize them right before Election Day. Don't do it way before, they'll forget about it. Other stuff comes up. Do it right before Election Day, and while it's fresh on their minds and they're all excited, then they'll go. This is the strategy they had. Who cares if it sucks? This is the strategy they had. I've been doing this for a while now, and I want you all to know, I know you're looking at the world through your cell phones and through your laptops, and all of it seems very unreal. I have met all these people, except the presidential candidates. They just mess with my passports. But I've met these people y'all talk about. You know that. They're real human beings. I've done interviews with them. Y'all have seen it. Some of them are blithering idiots and airheads. Unfortunately, a lot of the population can't really size us out, so they're all impressed. And don't realize, no, they're not geniuses. They're not closet geniuses. When you saw them do something stupid, actually that was just dumb. That's not part of some well-orchestrated master plan. No, Jason, you don't understand. This is a genius chess move. Chess moves. Y'all see, I keep shooting down folks talking about them damn chess moves. This was just dumbery. Joe Biden at the debate was not a chess move. Remember, there were folk who were saying that, remember? Chess move is denial. It's not a chess move. They're not geniuses. They're not idiot savants. They're just idiots. And when you see them say things like this, I want you to understand, to be a political consultant, Simone Sanders is sitting at the table. Kamala Harris is going to spend over $1 billion trying to be president. So will Trump. Think about that for a few moments. You're spending $1 billion to get a job for 4 years. Do you realize how much of that money goes to consultants, analysts, media consultants, media people, directors, lighting? Do you realize how many folk are like, hey, I need 100 G's of that? And they're not here to give you the right answer. They're here to give you an answer. Who cares if it works or not? Lily Adams gets paid no matter what. You figure you never would have heard from her again after 2020, right? She's there tonight. Think about that for a few moments. After 2016 and 2020, you figure you never hear from that woman again. She's there now. They don't get fired. They get transferred. That's literally what happens. No wonder you can't move them. I've gone ahead and posted the link to the Zoom at the top of the chat room in there. I've gone ahead and posted a link to the Zoom. So if you want to join us on Zoom, we are having our election night shadow cabinet here. We're having our election night shadow cabinet. That's Immigrant B1 down there giggling. You know, real niggas don't chuckle. He's getting down there. He's been the whole time, y'all. But if you want to go ahead and weigh in with us here, the Zoom link is open on the chat room. It's at the top of the chat room, so you can definitely go ahead and give us a call on that tonight. We're going to be here for a little bit, burning the oil here, because we're watching as the numbers come in. As a matter of fact, let me go ahead and check on that again. Let me go ahead and refresh everything. Make sure we are up to date on that, because I already gave my insights and predictions and everything else on stuff. So let me go ahead and do that. Okay, right now it looks like there hasn't been any other states yet that have come in and changed the dynamics in any meaningful way there. It doesn't look like that's occurred just yet. Okay, then took away the... If it's election night, you know it's going to be foolery. You know it's going to be that. So let me go ahead and see if I can get over here on Zoom. I got a lot of tabs going right now, but let me see if I can get over here on Zoom. Well. This nigga giggling. He's over there giggling, y'all. So I'm like, okay. You already know what's going on. Immigrant people just, nigga, you sound guilty. I'm talking about this fella over here. Just, this nigga's guilty as hell. That's why I'm putting him up on the screen so folks can see him.
How y'all doing?
Nigga, if I were you, I wouldn't be trying to attract a bunch of attention myself tonight.
I'm sorry. I had to do it. I had to have a come to Jason moment.
My brother Elijah, why he made that trip down to the A?
Man, look here. Y'all, now I want you to understand something. Elijah was supposed to be here tonight. He was apologize my ass. You've been stalking me across the damn country now for the last 2 damn weeks. He wanted to stand up and speak at every damn screening. The Q&A session, he wanted to be the Elijah session. Every screening. I'm like, Elijah, it's 100 folk up in here. You can't filibuster all the time.
Yes, brother.
He finally had a chance where he would be invited. I'm like, okay, Elijah, you know what, nigga? This is your moment now. Now you can go ahead and filibuster. Don't y'all know he didn't answer his emails? He ain't nothing. He was looking like a deer in the headlights Sunday. And I was like, I bet y'all this nigga gonna dodge me. Watch.
No, I ain't trying to today's
what you talking about? Birthday. No, you did.
I didn't mean to.
He talking about, no, I didn't. Nigga, where are you tonight?
I'm in Maryland. Okay. I'm in Fort Washington, Maryland with my family.
I'm in Fort Washington, Maryland, my family. He was in New York. He made it all the way down to Maryland. The one damn time that this talkative nigga would have been useful is the one time that he decided, I ain't saying nothing. Jason, it might be an ambush.
No.
The one time it actually would have mattered. So basically, here's the situation. Elijah only wants to show up when I don't want him around. So if it sounds like I want him around, he's like, ooh, I need back on. Well, Jason, everybody, y'all come together. I'm crashing this. Jason don't want me there. I bought the ticket. Can't keep me out now. So, all right, Elijah, what is on your mind, such as it is?
Look, Jason, big brother, I got to have a come to Jason
brother
moment.
Ass.
Yeah, I had to pull the trigger. I couldn't vote for the couch today. I couldn't. No, I had to pull the trigger for Mr. Trump. and I don't like him. I'm not here to be a Sambo. I'm not here to cape for the Republicans.
So you
But
saying you didn't sit on the couch today? You got up, harassed
got
your
up.
way to the voting place, and
Yes.
voted for Trump.
Yes, I had no choice. I can't
You had no
see myself.
choice.
No, it's the mere
Y'all,
fact that
this nigga's off his meds. What is? I don't know how long I can keep this call going.
pardon me. No, I just can't see participating in something for a Hindu bedwench.
Okay.
I can't. Just put the beast back in the office. We'll figure out the next 4 years, because this woman would be a travesty for us. She would be a complete travesty. And then with this migrant crisis flooding our communities, we can't do this no more. Enough is enough. It has to end tonight.
Okay. Well, like I said, everybody, you got the right to vote, including Elijah. So it's just, I'm about to say, this nigga's just contrary this week. He ain't gonna do nothing he said he's gonna do. Just this is opposite week. He's whatever we say to do, he going the opposite way.
No. I apologize, big brother. I just had to let you know I ain't out here being a coon, but
Nigga, please.
you know, I just had to listened to every brother and sister's point. Everything is good points. So I just listened to all you people who are well skilled in this area. I was just too scared. This whole Kamala thing. I have to get off the couch for this one. No, not her.
He said he was too scared.
Yeah, not for this Hindu bedwench.
You wasn't too scared to ghost me, but you scared to come on.
No. I would have loved to come out there, but today's the little niece's birthday. It's her two-year birthday today.
She gonna be 3?
I understand.
She gonna be 3. She not gonna remember you at 2. It's 2-year-old birthday, Elijah.
No, I apologize, but the funny thing is, when she's 3, I'll be out there where you're at in Atlanta by that time.
So you mean
there.
next time, sometime next year?
Yeah.
Y'all,
I'll be moving out there.
this is nigganomics on parade, right on display right here. I can't do nothing for you tonight. I'll be there next year. What the hell am I doing next year? I can get 5 Elijahs between now and next year. What the?
No.
CJ, I know it's important here. I'll be there next year. I got you next year, though. This is like you need the rent paid this month. Niggas talk about what they're gonna do next year.
No.
You're gonna have a whole job. You're gonna be either evicted or you're gonna find a way to pay for it. But niggas talking about what they're gonna do next year's. Dude, we might even not have another presidential election after this one. I'll be back.
No.
It might look like The Walking Dead in Atlanta next time. I'll be there, dude.
No, big no, big brother. No, it's not like that. You know, I wish I could be there, but the time was against me.
See what happened was. All right, well, who's gonna win tonight, Elijah?
Oh, definitely Mr. Trump.
Okay, I call him Mr. Trump. Damn. All right, this nigga, what do you say? Just in case I can get a job, let me know.
No. I just call him that. I would say Miss Harris. I just say Mr. Trump. That's just the military in me. That's the military. I'm used to saying the president by Mr. this or Mr. that. So that's no, he's gonna win because I'm even looking at
switch. There it is. Okay, Elijah, take the night off. Can't do it, folks. I can't do it. All right, Elijah gotta take the night off. I've had enough. There's just too much foolery going on with him tonight. I can't do it. All right, let me go ahead and get somebody else on here. Let me get Lorenzo. Let me go ahead and see if I can get Lorenzo up here. Hopefully y'all's Zimbabwe broadband is not wreaking havoc. Hopefully the Zimbabwe broadband is not wreaking havoc. All right. There it goes there. I think we got Lorenzo on here. Lorenzo, I need you to go ahead and turn your camera on for me. Nobody else can see you. No one else can see you. I just want folks to see Elijah. Nobody else can see the rest of y'all. The rest of y'all kind of got some sense. So the rest of y'all will be okay. Elijah's a different matter. Okay, Lorenzo, I can't wait on you all night, dude. So I don't know if you're making an attempt at trolling or whatever. Everybody who calls in here tonight, the rest of you going to be off camera, but I need you to turn on just me. Just make sure you don't have any trolling issues. Lorenzo, 5 seconds or permanent vacation. No kidding, no fussing around. We ain't gonna wait all night tonight. All right, Lorenzo is back on the benzo. Let me go ahead and see if I can get my man Diggy Dan. Dan up there in Chicago. Me and Dan gonna have to have another a handicap hose episode. We're gonna have to have another one, so Dan can go ahead and straighten out the record for me. All right, I can put Dan up there. Dan gonna be 10 toes down. All right, brother Dan, what's on your mind?
Yeah. Oh, not much, man. I was just sitting here listening to the discussion, and I was kind of looking at the numbers on it, but I do got some thoughts on it though. I think they're gonna cheat like they did 4 years ago. They already put in certain technicalities on these damn in the what you call that when you do the vote? Because I ain't never voted before, and I don't think I never will. But I think the Democrats, they put a bunch of trick and cheating the election, because I really believe they did cheat the last election, but that's a different thing though. So I'm gonna leave it at that. No, I did not go vote, even though yes, I am a convicted felon. But if I was or wasn't, I still wasn't gonna vote. So right now, I actually just came in the crib from the casino. So now I'm just sitting right here, you know what I'm saying, just looking at the polls on my other phone. That's about it. And listen what you guys got to say. I stand on what I mean. That hey, no reparation, no vote, no tangible, no vote, no crime bill. That's benefit us, no vote. We ain't the old niggas no more. We gonna get something for our vote. That's like a pimp talking to his hoes. We ain't the hoes. Them days is over with. It's just that simple.
We're gonna see how it goes down. Thank you very much for chipping in with us here, Diggy Dan, tonight. Let me go ahead and see if I can get somebody else up here on Zoom. Who we got? Let me do some affirmative action. Let me see if I can get Latanya up in here. We're gonna see if we can get Latanya up in here. I found a female for you, ma'am. Okay. So it's okay. She might not even like what you talking about. Okay, Latanya, need you to go ahead and turn your camera and your microphone on, ma'am. It's election night, folks. Be paying attention. Latanya, let me go ahead and get you to get that for me. She's working on it. Get your Zimbabwe broadband. Nobody else can see you, Latanya, but I just need your camera microphone on for me here, just to make sure we don't have any trolling issues. I can give you another couple of seconds to go ahead and do that, and then we got to move on. So, folks out here tonight, we got to move on quickly. We can't sit around all night waiting for you to get that together. So, Latanya, go ahead and press the button for me, ma'am. Latanya, I can give you 5 seconds here. Go ahead and press the button for me. There you go. All right, Latanya, what's on your mind?
I didn't have a lot to say. Hey, how you doing? Just I was wondering, like, what do you think that, like,
why she look like Sexy Red with black hair? I hate to put that on you, baby. She look like Sexy Red without the black hair. I mean, with the black hair, just not red. So, go ahead, Latanya.
Okay.
Pound Town.
What do you think we go to work tomorrow? What do you think is going to be like a hostile, or you think it's going to be like pretty cool? Because I don't think it's going to be that serious.
Okay, if you go to work tomorrow, are they going to be hostile or not? Baby, they was hostile this morning. They were hostile last week. They were hostile last month. You think it was? Yeah, but they going to get real hostile more than they been. What are they gonna do now? You think it's just everybody gonna have a Klan rally walking down the streets? You're like, damn it, we threw it in. Baby, they hostile already, so it's already on. That's the reason why we pushing for what we pushing for. It's already on right now. I mean, on the freeway, they busting caps at folks. They grabbing your kids if they mess around somewhere. They trying to get you out your job, baby. It's already on. So it's just another day in America. You might have a few, maybe there might be some little old ladies at the damn, food line sitting up here, won't move their buggy out the aisle. It might be some of that. It might be some folks talking a little more mess than usual, but I mean, as far as what they're gonna do, tell me what they're gonna do that they're not already doing. But Jason, they'll all start doing it. They're all already doing it now. So just let me know what they're gonna start doing so I know what to look out for.
Just I don't know, inserting themselves in unnecessary situations that they don't need to, and talking crap. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, we
I
call
haven't
those
had
people
that
we call those people
situation.
Karens. So they already telling you what y'all doing in the swimming pool over here. They're already doing that. So that's it. Well, there would be some people who are more surly than they usually are. Look for your LGBT folk out there. Look for them. They're gonna be mad as hell. Look for now. Those are the ones you gotta watch out for. When that nigga come up the stairs switching his hips, watch out. He gonna dress like a man tomorrow. So that's what you're looking out for. You're looking out for that one. And I'm being serious. I mean that's gonna be if Kamala Harris loses. Remember what happened when Proposition 8 failed in California. Remember what happened then. I mean they went full blown white supremacists from the so-called left. So look if you're looking for anything, look for that. But other than the occasional, incivility, that's what it's gonna be. Because understand something, they don't want to wake up the spirit of 2020 anymore.
See, I haven't had my first Karen. I've never had a Karen, so I'm waiting on it. No.
That's what I mean. They don't want to wake up the spirit of 2020 because what happened after 2020 is they learned anybody can get it. Anybody can get it anytime, anywhere, you can get it. So they don't really want to start that again. So the furthest I see them taking it is they're going to sit up here and try some little slick stuff. But other than that, no.
Yeah.
It's just going to be the usual surliness.
Okay.
Well, let me know when your new single comes out. Thank you very much. She got her teeth done and everything. So that's what I'm saying. We'll have to call her Sexy Blue. The other one has been taken. All right, let's see here. I got a bunch of folk up here on here right now. I got a bunch of them here. Let me go ahead and see if I can grab Corvo, not to be confused with Quavo. Let me go ahead and get Corvo up here. Folks, please be paying attention tonight. All right, Corvo, go ahead and make sure you have your camera and your microphone turned on for me here. Give you about 5 seconds to get that going here for me so I can make sure we don't have any trolling issues, and then we'll go along with it. All right, Corvo. Oh, he got his shirt off and everything. Okay, here we go. All right, Corvo, what's on your mind, brother? I'm afraid to ask what's on your mind, but it's just nobody else can see you, so it's... Well,
I'm completely shirtless. Don't do me like that.
That's a plunging neckline, my dude. It's just, you're right. He's not shirtless. But I'm like, okay, where they sell them shirts at? You must be in Atlanta. All right, what's on your mind, brother?
At this point, I'm not even gonna wait around to see what the end result is gonna be because no money is being placed on Harris at all. What I'm actually looking forward to is to see. Me being a cynic, I'm just trying to. What I like to do is I like to take and imagine how are they going to try to blame us for this one, and meaning black men. In what way are they going to try to word this and then pathologize us into making us the ones at fault for this cluster that they're calling an election? And I'm going to go in tomorrow and I'm going to try to listen for it, whether it be face to face or whether it's on social media to see, okay, are they going to say what I predicted they would say? Because if I could come up with a reach, me being as far removed as feminist as I can be, if I can come up with all the different reaches that they can to blame us for it. So at this point, it's just a game. It's just a mind game that I'm playing with myself to see, are they going to actually take it to that point? Are they going to actually make that reach? How far are they going to go and how much are they going to double down on not accepting accountability for it and looking to blame it?
They're going all the way.
Everybody.
They're going to go all the way. Just understand, if the Republicans lose, they are going to tell you everybody's stupid, everybody's woke, everybody's dumb. That's what they're going to tell them. But if they don't, if the Democrats lose, then they're gonna sit up here and blame. They're gonna blame everybody but themselves. So they're gonna start sniping at Nancy Pelosi, sniping at George Clooney. A couple of them gonna throw some bolos at Obama. They're gonna yell at Hillary Clinton. Half of the folk are going to blame Biden and say that he damaged Kamala Harris too badly. The other half are going to say, no, we should have stuck with Biden because we would have had a chance, that she was too weak to win, and we could have recovered from the debate. So you're going to see a whole bunch of folk passing around blame. Then when they all finish wringing their shirts at themselves, then they're going to come back to us. And then they're going to say, and by the way, where the niggas at? Because that's the way it always goes. They always get back around to saying it's our fault. From the sun coming up to the sun coming down, and I'm here for it. I'm like, yes, I got the parking space deposit smoke here. We're ready for that. We've been waiting on that conversation. They'll blame us for a few weeks, and then they're going to start exercising the denial. Reality's going to set in. You're going to have Trump for 4 years. And then they're going to start telling themselves that what just happened didn't really happen. Not for the reasons they thought. Oh, it's just a fluke. That's what they're going to tell themselves. This was just a fluke. So this is why I tell you all, this will not be enough. If they lose 2 times in a row, get diminishing returns, they will be afraid, not of the 2 times they lost, they're going to be afraid of the third one sitting in front of them. That's a whole 12 years that they will spend going downhill. You can obliterate political parties if they're out of power for 12 years. Think about that for a few moments. So that's the direction that they're afraid of it. But what they gonna do? Oh, brother, they gonna no matter who loses, they're gonna wring their hands for a few minutes, for a couple months, and then go to blaming us, and then try to figure out how to keep doing what they've been doing. That's what's gonna happen. But absolutely, they will not shift anything. This is just gonna be a wake-up call for about a couple months. Then they're gonna go back to it. Next time they lose, that'll be the real wake-up call. Then they're gonna have a decision to make. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. We appreciate that. Let me go ahead and see if I can get Huey. Got Huey up here on Zoom. All right, brother Huey, what's on your mind?
What's good, brother Black? Hey, I'm in Arizona right now, and just looking over the broadcast, and it's gonna be interesting. If Trump wins, bro, do you know how many people are gonna be crashing out? I'm gonna have to have like a soundtrack, or like download every crash out from Roland Martin to Van Jones.
Let me tell y'all the one I'm waiting on. Nigga, I'm waiting on Joy Reid. What? Oh, that's the one I want to see right there. Her hair's gonna be frizzled out. She isn't gonna comb it. She ain't gonna cut it. It's gonna start going darker. She won't go see the stylist. Her and Van Jones gonna be sitting over there crying. She's gonna talk about how stupid black men are. All you massage. She gonna be the one they sent out to do that first. What was her name? Tiffany, whatever the hell her name was. Tiffany Cross. She gonna be out there sniping Tamron Hall. Oh, it's gonna be real ugly over there on Bedwinch Twitter and Bedwinch Cable. It's gonna be real ugly over there. Believe me. The ugly crying like Crystal and Karazine when the white man rejected her. What? They gonna be like that between her and Roland Martin. They're gonna have a group session. When they get together, he's gonna go to 10 guys. 5 guys ain't gonna be able to handle this. He's gonna have to go to 10 guys.
Oh man, Roland, he's gonna be one stroke. Man, I know that he's gonna have a stroke at one of his broadcasts. He's gonna be cussing us out so much. That fool's probably gonna have a stroke. Then he's gonna wake up and he's gonna start cussing us out some more after when he get him in the hospital. So cussing us out,
dude. He's gonna try to play it off. Let me explain how Roland going. He gonna tell the Democrats that if they had listened to him, they would have won. You see, I told y'all if you would give me money, I told you go ahead and you should have paid black media, and we would have won. That's his answer to everything is you didn't give me enough. You didn't give me enough money. If you had gave me more, if you had listened to me, that's what he's gonna say. You're gonna know if they took money from him because then you're gonna start cursing at us again. So if they do it and keep giving him money, if they start pulling the money, he's gonna start cursing at us. He's gonna curse at them more though, but he's gonna curse at us no matter what happens. But it's gonna be real bad. If they pull his money and whatnot, he ain't gonna know what to do.
But otherwise, Jason, I want to thank you very much. I remember one time, but when we had the Donald Trump and Joe Biden elections, I remember you said this: no matter what happens, this is not on us. You guys been telling us the record of these people for a very long time. You've been doing documentaries, documented histories on these people, and I'll always remember this. No matter if whoever wins, we're going to still be unified. We're still going to fight for reparations, and we are not going to give up. Because remember, this is a marathon. It's not a sprint.
Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. We appreciate that. Somebody, Michael in the chat room said he just came over here from Roland. Roland's already saying it. So Roland is already seeing them numbers. He's like, oh, hell, how am I going to pay my rent for the next 4 years? Because I got to string these Democrats along to keep throwing dollars this way.
Did he ever get his truck fixed?
His Sprinter? Oh, he got something. I guess he's got an Econoline or a Dodge Caravan or something out there. So it's just, he was begging for money for it. I don't know if the insurance company paid for it. So, but you know, that little hustle. I'm sure everybody was waiting with bated breath to see him show up. I don't know what to think if Roland don't show up here. He can go into the Essence Festival and eat up all the corn dogs. Okay, Everett, we're trying to pull you up on Zoom. Everett. Waiting for Everett on Zoom. Can't wait around for you forever. Okay, Everett, Zimbabwe broadband is not working properly there. So let me go ahead and see if I can get Onan up here on Zoom. If I can't get Onan on here, we got a different matter. All right, Onan, put the baby oil down. Onan, where are you?
I'm right here. Can you see me?
Turn your camera on, nigga.
I got it on.
All right.
Hold on. Can you see me?
Okay, thank you. That's the camera one right there, dude.
Okay, my bad.
Do it like you do when Frank Ocean FaceTime you. Do it like that. Hit the button you hit for Frank. All right, Onan. And you were supposed to be here tonight, too. Pause. What? But you were supposed to be here tonight, too. So between you and y'all, between you and Elijah, could y'all have imagined Elijah on one side of the table and Onan on the other, y'all? Oh, I'd be like, Trump, hurry up, win this election. Hurry up, win this election so I can cut it short. Hurry up, Trump.
Check it out, Jason. I was at Sylvia's earlier. I was having dinner.
The restaurant or the girl?
Ladies at the bar.
Wait a minute, you were at Sylvia's, the restaurant or your girlfriend? Which one?
No, the restaurant in Harlem.
Oh, okay, I gotta narrow it down because I know you're living that life. So go ahead.
But yeah, no. So basically, I get to the point. I think Kamala Harris is cooked. I think her statements about her not wanting to do anything for the Black community specifically are going to haunt her, and they should. You know, someone who was pretending to be of our lineage and yet doesn't pledge anything directly to us. For someone who is steeped in Black tradition, this is someone who apparently celebrated Kwanzaa as a kid, you know, talking about Kucha Drakalia and Umoja and Imani, and yet at the same time says that she's not going to do anything specifically for Black people, you know, and that's why I voted for the couch today. And I'm glad that, you know, Brother Elijah and some of the others within the Black community, foundational Black American community, are voting against Kamala because she's not doing anything for us. She's a scam artist.
Well, like I say, she's had 4 years. I warned everybody here, you know, that's what they were going to try out Cory Booker in 2020. They wanted to see, can we get a light-skinned Negro that we own? And can we put them out there? And obviously somebody's decided that's the formula. The formula is a light-skinned Negro, mixed kid. Let's see if we can go with that. And they ran the ball twice. I'm predicting they've had enough of the light-skinned kids. They've had enough of them. This was such a disaster. The next one going to be brown skin. Let's be clear about that. Yeah. And another thing, I'm predicting they won't be an immigrant either. What? Now, we need to watch out for that one. I'm predicting there's been a whole lot of ink given to that and a whole lot of typing on social media for it. That won't. They're going to switch it up. That's what I predict is going to happen. They're going to switch it up this time.
Yeah. They're going to look for a replacement. That's just the name of the game. At the end of the day, I think the Democratic Party is just looking to replace the votes that they're losing with the millennials and Generation Z, because we've caught on to the scam. And now they're bringing in people from all four corners of the world to replace our influence within the political sphere. And I think it's going to backfire on them. And I'm glad that it is. But I'll land my plane there. I don't want to take up too much time. So thank you for having me, brother B1, as always.
All right, like I say, brother, you missed your chance tonight. Pause. All right, let's just... Wait a minute, I gotta watch everything I'm saying here. But yeah, Onan was supposed to come here. I'm like, oh, you missed your chance. Wait a minute. Let me explain, y'all. It's not what you're thinking. All right. So, yeah, boy, I'm telling you, we had a whole lot going on there. All right, let me see if I can get Black Powder Podcast. Let's see, Black Powder Podcast is on the list. Let me see if I can go ahead and get them to come up here. We are broadcasting live from Atlanta. Y'all didn't think it was going to happen, but we're here. All right, Black Powder Podcast, you are on the set. What's on your mind, brother?
And nothing much, man. I actually got off the couch, but I left that spot blank. The main things I was worried about was just taxes going on in my county and trying to get Fonnie Willis out of the office, so I voted for Rambo. But other than that, when I took my paperwork up to the old lady, she's like, all right, baby, just slide it in the machine. She'll take a minute. That damn thing went through quicker than a scan from it because it only had to hit 4 boxes. That was it. I left everything else blank. That's all I cared about.
It's express lane for your ballot.
Basically. They offered me
he said, hey, but 2 boxes checked. You can do this by half a second. Okay.
Basically, they offered me like a little mark of shame sticker. I said, no, I'm good. I don't want to remember this election.
Well, you said you can write this in with your toes. It's like, trust me, it's going to be about half a second to get my candidates off. I'm good.
We basically needed the email for this meeting. That was it.
Yeah, just put me at the front of the line, y'all. I'm going to be in and out before any of you. So it's like being the single person at the grocery store. They need to have a separate lane for us because I'm behind grandma with a buggy full of groceries and some Mexicans with 3 buggies. They buy up all the damn ground beef. I'm like, okay, look, partner, I got this little old box over here. Can y'all squeeze me around them and then they can hog the register for 30 minutes? But yeah, bro, like I say, I mean, and for Fannie Willis now, I didn't know that was there an election tonight? I'm gonna sound stupid, but
so they did.
Okay, so they did have an election for it tonight because I thought they had just had it a couple years ago. So okay.
No, I mean her name was on there. They had a attorney general and they had her name bold as anything, Fonnie Willis. And
wait a minute, so okay, because I know the Young Thug. I was watching that more than anything else. So what was she running for?
I think.
She's running she's running for re-election. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, they had her signs up all over the place, despite the fact that she was going through a case on her own. But I'm like, at this point, lady, you've already basically done what you're trying to arrest Trump for, and you really think people are going to vote for you? But hey, the election is what it is. I will say one more thing though. I did feel the contempt from like the older crowd that was there because they had like a bunch of some grandma set up along the wall. And when I got my voting card and everything else, it was almost like they automatically had in their mind that they're going to blame me if Kamala doesn't win. And just like you said, I'm here for the smoke. I already know what's going to happen. So go ahead and do what you got to do. And nothing worse going to happen than what we've been going through anyway.
That basically says it all. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me go ahead and see if I can get Elliot. Let me see if I can grab Elliot up here on Zoom. All right, we got Elliot on Zoom. What's on your mind, brother?
What's up, y'all? What's up, families? Hey, I want to commend y'all on a good panel. The panel was sharp, but the lady was sharp. She has some great talking points. I want to ask you, what do you think about a response for a Black community if Trump does get elected? What do you think about? Well, something I've been talking to some friends about is the Minister Louis Farrakhan has been shadow banned in the media because of his quote unquote hate speech. And if Trump does get in, I think Black people should stop being shy about the Minister Louis Farrakhan. We amongst each other, we're okay with his points, but we're shy about it openly. And
well, I mean, look, when DJ Vlad came out talking greasy about the minister, everybody got on code about that. So what it does show you is the people who are on code are. Those who aren't, like I said, I mean, they got their lips wrapped around, Fannie Willis's backside or whatever. So it's just, there's not anything you can really do for them because those are individuals looking for individual benefits. They're not concerned about the group. They don't care what happens to the group. So if there's a white ass to kiss, they're going to be there no matter what. So the good thing is, they've lost a lot of, they're not really a force anymore. They're really, really not. So, and beyond the minister, it's really about the issues, not being afraid to do that, because the real thing for us is we don't need to have one minister Farrakhan. We need to have 1,000.
Correct.
There's the real thing we're looking at. We don't need another Malcolm X. We need 1,000 of them. We don't need another, Reginald Lewis and TLC Beatrice. We need 1,000 of them. And they don't put it all on just one person. You need to have a Louis Farrakhan in every city in this country. You do that, and that would do a whole lot more than anything else. Let me tell you, that would carry a whole lot of weight and change a whole lot more than anything else. Waiting on one man up in Chicago by himself. Right. No, do it where you at. That would conquer more things than anything else.
Well, the reason I brought him up is because he's a proxy. He's a voice, and they attack him, and they're thinking they're attacking. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, you're there.
Okay, I'm sorry. So another point I want to say is, the media is going to blame black men, of course, but there's a stat as black men and black women as a voting bloc, we always vote at a 6 to 12% vote frequency. I don't understand all this attack on black men about black men are going to be the reason why Trump gets in. And even on that Black Man Summit, the guy from Tennessee, he's in Memphis all the time. He even said most black men are voting for Kamala. Okay, if most are voting for Kamala, and that 6 to 12% difference that black men and black women always vote on, what's up with all the attack on black men as if we're the scapegoat?
Because we are a leading indicator, not a lag. The women are a lagging indicator. We're a leading one, and they can see when they. Even Roland Martin has had to break down, pause, over the last few months and start analyzing the data that I've been telling you about now since Obama left office. He's acknowledging, he had to go, every time he shows up on NBC, MSNBC, and CNN, he's reminding them that Obama's was the high point and the Democrats have been losing black support every single election cycle since then. So this isn't something that just happened in the last 4 months or the last 4 years. This has been since the new black media rose to prominence. So we're a leading indicator. We remember it was verboten. It was forbidden to do those kind of things. I'm out here buying billboards on the Beltway in Atlanta and on Dan Ryan in Chicago. We brought it out in the open to be able to do that, and folks said you couldn't do that, and they thought the sky was going to fall. We made it acceptable to have a counter opinion and a counter perspective and a counter narrative. And it's taken off from there. No, it hasn't flipped 50% of the people. I don't need 50% of them. I just need 10 or 15. That's all I need. And from there, everything else falls down. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. We appreciate that. Let me go ahead and see who I can get next up on here. Let me go see if I can get iPhone. See if I can get iPhone here. Let me give you a couple moments here. iPhone is getting a Zimbabwe broadband going. Not really sure which one it is. iPhone, it says they're connecting audio. They might be connecting shoelaces. I'm not sure which one it is there. So, okay, Negroes will be trying to get down there at McDonald's and get on the Wi-Fi there and call up on Zoom. I'm like, okay, I understand, but it's going to be a problematic. And that's going to be problematic. Okay, somebody got their gin and tonic here in the room, y'all. So it's just, if you heard that, it's going to be some weaving on the way home. That's what that's going to be. It's going to be some weaving on the way home. Okay, iPhone, I don't know who you was, but I did not know you. Let me go ahead and see if I can get Lori up here on Zoom. Let me try to get Lori up here. Lori is waiting on you. Okay, Lori. Lori is contacting us from Ethiopia Mobile. She's on that 2G. Lori, I'm going to give you 5 seconds to go ahead and get your camera and your microphone turned on for me here, Lori. Nobody else can see you except me, but I need to have your camera and your microphone turned on for me. I can give you 5 seconds, and then I got to keep it moving. I'll give you 5 seconds for that, ma'am. Then I got to keep it moving. So it's 5, 4. What's that song say? 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm so glad they started from 7. Okay, Lori is going to take the evening off. Let me go ahead and see if I can get Abel. Let me go ahead and get Abel up here on Zoom. See if I can get Abel up here on Zoom. All right, we got Abel on Zoom. What's on your mind, brother?
Hey, good evening, Jason Bag. I just want to personally say great broadcast tonight. I really enjoyed listening to the panel and listening to all the different perspectives of this, election. I do think that way on the numbers that have been showing, I think Trump is going to win. I just think that what's going to happen when Trump wins is that he's going to realize that, that he's going to have his, little Renaissance honeymoon for about the first, 3 months. But then when reality sets in, he's going to realize that, that all the bridges that he burned within the Republican Party are going to start pushing back against. And I think that, he's going to realize that, he made a, terrible mistake of trying to go with it, because the only reason why he's running the election in the first place is to avoid prison time. It's pretty much that. But I do think that, he's going to recognize that, nothing much is going to pretty much change a bit. But the other two thing is that with the Democrats here is that, like you said before, and I do agree with this, it's going to take 2 election cycles for them to lose twice, for them to recognize that that change is going to have to be made if you lose twice. I think if they lose tonight, which I predict they will, I think they'll just take it as a bump on the road and say, like, we'll just get back with Gavin Newsom in 2028. But if they lose again in 2028, then I think it's going to force them to change.
Got up on the screen from CNN, their analyst there, Harry Inston, talking about a simple road to 270 math right now. So far, Trump is doing what he needs to in Georgia and North Carolina. Obviously, we'll continue to count votes, but if the Georgia and North Carolina trends continue, then Harris almost certainly needs to carry Pennsylvania. So basically, this is breaking down the way I told everybody here in the room before I got on the air with you all. Even CNN is reluctantly giving up things they way behind, but look, anybody who's traveled through Georgia and North Carolina for the last 4 years already seen this. They never took down their Trump signs on Interstate 95. They never took them down on 40. Their signs have been up for the last 4 damn years. All my truck drivers, all my Uber folk, all my interstate travelers, all my interstate salesmen, you've seen the Trump signs. They never took them down. The flags, they never took them down. They've been stomping for him for 4 years. They've been campaigning for him for 4 years. So there's a whole bunch of people who, unfortunately, in the internet era, you can get paid. You can get paid by the New York Times to say the stupidest stuff. Anybody who was talking about how they were going to do in Georgia and North Carolina is supposed to be fired. You're supposed to not have a job. You are just too ridiculous. They're paying them to say silly stuff, hoping they can influence the electorate. And when it blows up in their faces, it's like, yeah, let me tell y'all who I'm waiting on. I'm waiting on Professor Lichtman. Damn! That's the one I'm waiting on. That little noodle neck bastard with his damn keys.
Nigga, please.
The keys to the election. Don't worry about the rest of these people in their polls. I got the keys. Nigga, I got the keys. So, I'm waiting for that one right there. If Trump wins, I'm like, it'll be worth it to never hear from that guy again. I'll take Trump for 4 more years if it gets rid of Professor Lichtman. I'll take it. I'll be like, you know what? I got one thing I wanted. At least I don't have to hear from that bastard no more. I'll let you have the last word.
Well, it's been, awesome to listen to everybody's perspectives. I just think that Kamala Harris was just a weak candidate from the jump. I never thought that she would be carrying the water for the Democrats or any particular matter when she only knows one particular subject. And I never had any interest in voting for them anyway, because I felt like this entire election was complete trash. So at the end of the day, if this is going to be another 4 years of Trump, then that's just how it's going to be. So, but the only thing that's going to matter is about Black empowerment more than anything else. So I'm going to land my plane on that.
CNN is sick as a dog over there about Virginia. They're like Trump. And they're just refusing to. This is what happens when you go all in for folk based on emotion, not based on facts, not based on logic, but because I don't like them. Let this be a lesson to everyone. Don't say what you say based on emotion. Don't be a child out here. Be an adult. Take a look at the facts on the ground. Take a look at the realities. Then you can change that. But if you have been enabled and coddled to think that if you whine enough or if you lie enough, the rest of the world will go along with you, this is where you end up at. No, for the last couple months, we've been hearing folks talking about Kamala Harris is going to sweep Georgia and sweep North Carolina. I'm like, you see all them flags out there? Have you seen all those posters out there? Really? You really think that's going to happen? Well, yeah, of course. These are going to be Democrat districts now. Okay. All right. Yeah, this is what we end up with. All right, let me go ahead and see if I can get David up here on Zoom. Let me see if I can get David up here on Zoom. David, go ahead and turn your camera and your microphone on for me. All right, David, we got you on Zoom. What's on your mind, brother?
Thank you to the panel. Thank you, Jason, for allowing me to join. I'd just like to talk about the not voting issue. I didn't vote for this election, but I was watching the Liz Claimant business show on Fox today. It comes on around 3 p.m. and there was this white guy on there. Excuse me, I don't remember his name, but he's a regular on the show, as well as Fox Business, the other Fox Business shows. But he talked about he didn't vote this election, and he doesn't vote. And so Liz interjected and said a couple of things, and she said, "Well, you can't complain about things if you didn't vote." And he said, "Well, I still have my constitutional right." He said, "I still have my First Amendment rights." And then, they kind of cut him off, and Kamala came on. Excuse me. And she said, we got to cut away. And so I like to record those things and share it to my Instagram. And, a lot of my people that follow me on Instagram, they probably more so Democratic leaning, left leaning. So I just like to interject and share other sides. They might think I'm for pro-Trump, this and that. But like I said, I didn't vote, but I just like to share a different perspective. Okay. But I put it on my story, and then I posted it, and then IG has took it down the last 2 times, and I'm just like, there's power in not voting is basically what I'm trying to say to the family. So they like to say that we can't, your vote doesn't matter, this, that, and the fourth. Don't vote. If you don't vote, there's an issue, but in all actuality, there is power in the vote.
Well, yeah, there's power in voting, and there's power in not voting also. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight, brother. We appreciate that. Fox is saying that they're calling Iowa for Trump. Very interesting, because didn't this woman just release a poll? They said the Des Moines Register, and that the most accurate pollster out there, didn't they just say that she just released a poll saying that Harris was going to win Iowa by like 3 or 4 points? Didn't they just say that 48 hours ago? There are a whole bunch of people who put their credibility, their character, they put their dignity on the line, people. I mean, they just said, screw it. We just crashing out all the way. Who cares if I look like a lying, deceitful sack of scum? We just going for it anyway. This woman literally just put this poll out here 2 days ago talking about Harris is going to win Iowa by 3 to 4 points. Iowa. Political earthquake. Most accurate pollster says Kamala Harris will win Iowa by 3 to 4 points. Folks, this is how insane it's gotten out here. I don't care if you like Trump or if you don't. I don't care if you like Kamala Harris or if you don't. This would be like saying Trump's going to win New York by 2 points. It's like, okay, I don't care how much you don't like the illegals. Trump is not going to win New York by any points. It's just, that's nothing. What are you doing? What are you doing? This is why people are coming here. This is why they're tuned into the new black media. This is why they're listening to us, because we don't have some corporation or some newspaper that's going to continue to pay us for talking stupid. We have to be somewhat in touch with reality. We have to be grounded. We can't sit up here and just say outrageously insane things like that and still have, forget credibility, still have audience or anything else. Forget it. Not gonna work. No, don't worry. It's gonna get there in a minute. My folk in here looking at the map on the screen. Oh, it's gonna get there in a minute. Don't worry. They're looking at some of the states. I'm just letting you know right now. It's gonna get there in a minute. It's gonna get there in a minute. Well, yeah. So much for that right there. It's gonna be a whole bunch of folk whose credibility just went down in flames, and no, we will not allow them to forget it. We will not, because when you are this disreputable and this dishonest, it's okay if you don't like Trump, but don't give us bad information. Because if we ever do need to make a run at removing these people, I can't depend on some liar's insights or information. I need somebody reliable. Let me go ahead and get Quentin up here on Zoom. Quentin, what's on your mind?
What's going on, brother? Love the broadcast. I've been following you for a long time, and I see you've been calling it play by play. My question was, do you think that she's going to win California? Because I was talking to my mom and them, and I'm like, I'm just a telltale sign of the times. It's not so much Kamala Harris as it is the Democrats. But do you think she's going to win California?
Do I think Kamala's going to win California?
Yeah.
Brother, yeah, I mean, yes, sir. How could she not? She doesn't sleep with everybody.
No, that was it. Is she that bad? That's why I was asking. Is she that bad where she's going to win?
No.
Nikki Haley lost. Yeah, I was wondering, is she that bad?
No. What it is, look, here's the issue. For the last 40 years, you have had the financial capital of the world has been New York, and the media capital has been split between New York and California. Right. And though that has caused these people in power in those areas, the corporate bigwigs, the politicians, they live in a bubble. They've told themselves that they don't have to listen to public opinion, that they form public opinion. They create public opinion. We are the trendsetters. We're the tastemakers. They've accepted that role, and so they've told themselves that whatever we say is reality is reality. Well, eventually you overreach. Eventually you get so high on your own supply that you lose sight of the fact that New York and California do not represent America. New York and California are two very extreme outliers. They're two very extremes. Neither does Florida. Florida and Alabama don't represent America either, not as a whole. So that's why Ron DeSantis didn't get any more traction than Gavin Newsom is going to get. So that's the bottom line. But New York and California have told themselves that because of their financial might and their media apparatus, that they are America. No, you're just a wacky part of America. And Nancy Pelosi and friends have told themselves we represent America too. The rest of America wants to be like us. After tonight, they'll have to come to the light of day. No, they don't. They don't want to be like
They're definitely going to have to change the game plan because it looks like it's going to be as much money as was behind Kamala Harris's program. It should not be this tight. And for it to be this tight, it kind of sends a notice out to the Democratic Party that y'all not doing something right. And don't blame it on black folks, because we only make up 13% of the population.
No. Blame it on us. No. Blame it on us. Park it right here, because remember, when this thing is over, they're going to count the votes. Then they're going to count the black turnout under Obama. And they're going to see it's not because black folk won't vote. It's not because they won't. They are willing to show up. You didn't bring them what they wanted. And as far as they're concerned, we should just eat whatever they put on the plate. So yes, they will ultimately blame us. Furthermore, that's the safest thing for them to do. Remember, they got a code over there.
Right.
They can only knife fight with each other so long. They got a code now. We don't finish each other off. That's why they're not arresting all these white men who are employing the illegals. They're playing this kabuki game with each other about closing the border. That's not what they did with us when it comes to the drug trade. They grabbed every nigga they could and gave them a life sentence. They grab your property, they grab your cars, they grab your houses. They still grabbing our money to this day, even if they ain't got, the dog sniff drugs on your money, we're going to take that. They're still doing that to this day, and yet you got illegals dancing the Macarena all over the southern United States, and why are we not frog marching these white men off and taking their property? So that's the game that they're playing. They try to correct each other, but they don't try to finish each other. They try to finish us. So that's the reason why you're seeing it go down like that, and that's not going to change. They're ultimately always going to try to figure out how can we blame the Negroes. And in this instance, what they're really going to be looking at is if Trump shows a considerable increase in black vote, it doesn't matter if he picks up 2%. That's it right there. Especially if you count the numbers, brother. Remember, Joe Biden won by 48,000 votes nationally. He won the election by 48,000 votes. Enough people to put in the NFL stadium with seats left over in the skybox. That's how many he won by. Yes, if we just don't show up, that's your NFL stadium. And then some.
Right.
Simple as that. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. We appreciate that. I mean, it really, really is just that simple. It's just that simple. Let me go ahead and see if I can get Triple X. See if I can get Triple X up here. And I don't mean Vin Diesel. Triple X stepped away from his telephone. I keep warning y'all about that. Triple X, turn on your camera and your microphone for me, sir. I can't wait on you all night. Negroes are sitting there. They're trying to get their baby mama out the room. And they're looking at Zoom. And it's like, hey, baby, get dressed. Triple X, I can't wait on you all night here, sir. You are in the room. Okay, he's hanging the phone out the window, hoping he can pick up the neighbor's Wi-Fi, I guess.
TBA.
Okay,
TBA.
Triple X, thank you very much, sir. All right, thank you for answering. What's on your mind?
All right. Hey, man, excellent panel. Phenomenal panel so far. I like what I'm seeing and hearing. And I ain't seeing much, but I know the game. So, but no, I like what I'm hearing. Sounds good. Yeah, definitely shout out to you for having this panel. First off, man, I'm surprised I didn't get an invite, man. I would have definitely pulled up. What was going on with that, TBA?
Dude, I mean, you can see what I did. I mean, it's just, I wasn't going to have 50 people up in here. Y'all already frightened me in New York. So I walked out there and I'm like, oh boy, if this go left, I can't beat all of them up. So it's just, you got to get in where you fit in.
Hey, it's all good. It ain't nothing personal, but I definitely would have pulled up for it, man, if possible. So yeah, I just want to say that. But beyond that, I'm just curious. I'm listening to your analysis and everybody else that's in the booth there, and you guys talking and everything. As far as Trump, assuming he wins, do you think we should have a direct agenda and or plan we should approach him with? Seeing as he hasn't really reached out to us about anything.
No, we got the plan. I mean, there's nothing else to say. Look, he's been in touch with Ice Cube. He's been in touch with everybody. They know. Everybody knows what the deal is. There's a reason why they're talking about reparations. It's all over the place, bro. It's all over the place. On Fox News, they're touting that as a negative. So, look, everybody knows what the deal is. Everybody's trying to figure out how to get our support while giving us nothing. Donald Trump is not here to support us. He'll throw a few symbolic things out there, and here you go. That's all he gonna throw. But that's it. Here's our thing. Our thing is that we are not here to support him or promote him. This is about breaking this single-minded ideology that we all need to fall in line for a party that has not fallen in line for us. Mm-hmm. And that if, for the Democrats, we gave you more than anybody else, and you are actively working to undermine us.
Yeah.
You're actively working every day to undermine us. So all we're doing now is saying that, damn it, if we cannot all be equally comfortable, we will all be equally uncomfortable. Kamala Harris, go start your fence to your OnlyFans. Go ahead and do what you do. Joe Biden, you can go to the beach and go look at the waves from next to whoever the hell you want to now. He don't even know what he's looking at anymore. And that's really what it is. Look, you can't keep telling people that if they keep violating, that something bad's going to happen, and then nothing bad happens. You can't keep doing that and have credibility. If you tell them, if you keep messing around, you're going to find out. If you keep challenging the clouds, the sky going to fall. If you keep doing that, it will occur. And the other thing is, you got to say it with looking straight in the eye. You got to buck up on them and say, I don't know, no, we ain't falling for no shaming tag. Obama, it seems like the black man got a problem. We're going to stand on it. Nigga, and
deal with it, nigga.
Now,
Right.
the first
Facts.
time you done seen this ever, Barack Obama done come out and that's the other thing that, look, there are so many paradigms that will be broken. This is a revolution. This is a revolution. Nobody is going to be able to argue after tonight that Barack Obama is the Pied Piper and we're all just sitting around waiting for him to show up and tell us what to do. You won't be able to say that anymore. You can't have what we're looking at happening here tonight and say that anymore. This is a cultural shift that simply cannot be denied. So that's why I'm so glad he came out and went all in. This also tells me who's running it. Obama been running around showing his face. You know who ain't been running around showing her face? Nancy Pelosi. That's who did it.
Good point. Good point.
That's the puppeteer. By the way, anybody heard from George Clooney lately? Damn!
Yeah.
The white faces that started this, they didn't all ease back. Then they shoved the black folk out there. Here, you come take these body blows and take these arrows. So Nancy done falling back with her husband on his stock scam, insider trading he doing. And meanwhile, he left the rest of them out to dry. That tells you who's running it. Now you know. And when this is over, Obama, he's not going to be irrelevant, but technically speaking, he will be inconsequential going forward. No one will be able to argue that black society is waiting for him to show up and tell us what to do. This will be a humiliating defeat for him and all the others.
Yeah, his legacy is without question tarnished at this point. It is already eroded to a degree at this point. He hasn't even been out of office that long, When they look back at many presidents, many decades later, like he will have no lasting enduring legacy like the JFKs and the FDRs and all that. His legacy is going up in smoke without question.
Barack Obama was a media fabrication. Period. He was their first successful attempt, or at least the latest successful attempt, at creating a media sensation. They thought they were going to do the same thing in 90 days. And please understand, at first it kind of bothered me when Kamala Harris came out and stuff and the polls had her spiking and there was a lot of enthusiasm for her. I mean, let's call it what it is. There was a bit of euphoria getting Joe Biden out of the way. Now that was the best thing that could happen. And I called this months ago, by the way. I said, yeah, she spiked. I'm like, okay, she busted ahead of Trump. Everybody's talking about her. The media is covering. And remember what I said. This is good. Because when the honeymoon's over, her numbers start coming back down, you will not be able to say she had no chance to win and nobody gave her a chance and she was leading in all the polls. For weeks and weeks, she was leading in all the polls. You can't say that folks didn't give her a chance. You can't say that. So when she loses, she's going to lose legitimately. That's what I was waiting on. Now you're going to have to go ahead and park it in front of her. You lost legitimately.
Yeah, definitely. Without question. As far as the Democrat, one quick other thing, and I'll let you go. I know you got a lot of people. As far as the Democrats and them having, assuming they lose, then them having to regroup and everything. So you're saying it's going to take 2 straight losses before they try to come with a new plan. So you think within the next couple years or so, or gearing up for 2028, they're not going to have a complete fundamental change of their whole game.
What they think they're doing is they think they're grooming Gavin Newsom. That's what they think they're doing. I said this from the very beginning. Gavin Newsom is the one that want to slide in there, but he's not going to do it if they don't clear the lane for him. With Joe Biden endorsing Kamala Harris as soon as he was out, that blocked the lane. You're going to have to knock her out first, Gavin, and you're already on shaky ground where support is concerned, particularly among black folk to begin with. The reparations thing was the end for him among black folk. But Nancy Pelosi, that's her boy. So it was very clear that that's who she was aiming for. 2028, the Democrats are already saying is basically going to be between Newsom and Shapiro. And those are two California, you don't get no extra votes there, but Pennsylvania is different. So those are the 2 guys that are really grooming themselves. So I'm looking more at Shapiro than I am at Newsom. Newsom, he's already going to be a goner when he steps out there. The only person who thinks he's got a lane open for him is him. Nancy Pelosi is going to be radioactive after tonight. Anybody next to her, they're going to be looking to punish them for what she did with Joe Biden. Don't look for Joe Biden to support her or anything else they do. Barack Obama is going to look, to go see if a Diddy party is out there somewhere. And with everything else remaining, that's what you're going to see. So it will take 2 election cycles for reality to set in. I didn't say they're going to change in 2028. If they lose tonight, they're going to call it a fluke and then revert back to cognitive dissonance. If they lose again in 2028, then they're going to have to acknowledge that there's a problem. And that, okay, we're going to have to change some things up. But I don't want that to be interpreted as if they lose in 2028, 180 turn. I've always said if they lose in 2028, it becomes a begrudging, okay, well, what you niggas want. It becomes that. But it'll just be some roundabout way, and they're going to try to find some other thing to throw. That's what happens in 2028. The only real change happens between 2028 and 2032. So this is a marathon, not a sprint. So tonight would just be the first time to show them we mean business. 2028 is like, no, we weren't playing in 2024. We meant what we said. They lose in 2028, you niggas are serious. Yes. And we can do this again in 2032. Wait. We can put together your jobs, Bill. All of a sudden, they'll be talking to us and trying to figure out, okay, well, can we do a little pacifier here? It's like, all we're doing in 2024 and 2028 is getting your undamned divided attention. That's it. But I do not predict a 180 turn. That's not what's going to happen. But breaking their will to keep denying that there's a problem and that we really are serious, that's what happens then. That's what happens.
My man, TBA, salute, man. Shout out for all that you do. And hey, B1. Peace.
Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Appreciate that. Let me see if I can get Brandon up here on Zoom. Trying to get Brandon on Zoom.
Hey, what's going on, Jason? Can you hear me? Oh, there we go. Can you hear me now, Jason?
Yeah, Brandon, we got you.
Okay, cool then, man. Hey, I just wanted to go ahead and say, love the panel, man. Love everything y'all talking about. Y'all definitely making a whole lot of sense tonight. And Jason, I gotta say, I'm 100% in agreement with you when you said that these people are out here and in America are keeping up their Trump signs since 2020. My nigga, I gotta go back all the way further to 2016. They never took this stuff down. They kept all this stuff up. Trump is an icon all through middle America and every last single small town. You cannot drive it 2 miles outside of any major city and not see Trump banisters, flags, the billboards. You still see everything. You would not know it was even 2024. They still got stuff saying Trump 2016 out here. It never went anywhere. Heck, it's even so bad I'm even thinking about maybe buying me some Trump memorabilia because it might be worth something one day how much they idolize this.
Brother, these are the people who are still flying the Confederate battle flag. What? Think about it. You want to talk about stick-to-itiveness and persistence. These and keeping to a cause, they're still flying Confederate battle flags. There isn't even a Confederacy anymore, not officially. They still got Confederate battle flags. They're not giving up nothing. So for some jackass in New York to put up a New York Times article and try to tell us what they're giving up, I'm just like, okay, you're out of touch with reality. You're out of touch with grass. You're out of touch with air. It's insane.
Most definitely so, man. They are delusional if they sit up here and really believe that Trump does not have a strong base, didn't have a strong base. He's gonna have a base before and after this election, regardless. But one question I just gotta go ahead and ask you, Jason, is what is some more things that we can do in between this election? Hopefully, I'm praying to God that Kamala loses this election. Not pro-Trump though, just anti-Kamala. So what are some things that we can definitely do to make sure that we imprinted that we were the reason why the Democrats lost?
Oh, brother, they look, there's almost 5,000 people in here live right now tonight with just an impromptu program here. Brother, they know. They've always known. Please remember something. half of my subscriber base would have been enough for Joe Biden for Joe Biden's margin of victory in 2020. Just half of just mine. I'm just one YouTube channel. We're the kind of place that they look for because we are very politically active. But here's the other thing. We are also not partisans. We are exactly who Kamala Harris or Donald Trump needs to talk to. We don't have an allegiance. Technically speaking, we're those independent voters they're talking about. My whole channel is independent voters. We are not already predisposed towards Democrats or Republicans, and we're not afraid to break from tradition of voting for Democrats. We're not afraid to do that. Not at all. So that's the difference. That's the paradigm shift. That's the change I'm talking about. It's a whole different thing in that regard. So what do we have to do, brother? Exactly what we've been doing. We just have to keep doing this. We're already doing it. Well, Jason, how do we let them know, brother? They already, Roland Martin been cussing us out now for 7 years. They all, everybody, Joy Reid, remember, they've already called us out by name. Joy Reid, Tiffany Cross, brother, they know. They know. The Black First, the Cut the Check, the FBA, brother, they know. They know. They know that seemingly a bunch of amateur media people online have been able to captivate that critical middle that nobody can really claim as their own. MSNBC does not speak for the independents. They speak for the vote blue no matter who. And what they're finding out is there's not enough of them left to win an election. So if you're going to win, you got to deal with us. This is reinforcing you all. I've never wanted you all to focus on getting 50% of the folks to agree with us. We don't need that. They fighting over that swing vote. We're the swing vote. I just need the 10%. I just need that. We're the swing vote. I'm writing. Jason, you writing off another vote. You're damn right. But then again, I don't need them. You win an election by one vote. Folks keep forgetting that. Elections are won by a plurality. Plurality just means one more than your opponent. That's it. I don't have to get 1 million more votes. I just got to get one more than the other person did. Or one person to stay home, whichever that'll be. So we're showing that there's power in us showing up, and there's also power in us not showing up. And we are willing to get up and go vote. We sure are, as soon as you give us something to vote for. We could be persuaded to come vote. So, Jason, what do we need to do? Exactly what we did to get us here tonight. Keep on keeping on. Don't lose the faith. Don't start getting weak. Don't start telling yourself we need to change strategy. Hold the course. Continue doing exactly what you've been doing. Respond exactly how you've been responding. Your crazy ass auntie, your deadbeat uncle, all the folk in your family still doing the vote blue no matter who thing. You stand up to them and we ain't gonna move on it. That was y'all. You're the old generation. Y'all the old folk. We're the new style. And we are not gonna back down, and you're not gonna shame us. In other words, what we've been doing. Just keep it up.
Most definitely so. Now, you damn sure right about that one though, because they definitely know who we are. But I just always wanted that slam dunk just in their face though, where they just had to go ahead and bow down and really just recognize that, oh yeah, you really messed up with the black voters this year. Like, this isn't something that's going to be a fluke. That this is going to be. I want that normal factor to set on in. That this is the new normal. This is us.
Well, you're not going to get an admission of guilt. I mean, you're not going to get an admission of guilt, and you're not going to get an admission that they were wrong. So that one's not going to happen. The best you are going to get is, it's like those videos you see online of two bears fighting. You know the bear who's won because you'll see one of them drop his head. He's just slowly backing up and drops his head. When bears are fighting, that's the sign of who's dominant. You know you done whooped him. When he stops fighting, he starts dropping his head. And you lunge at him and he just starts backing up. That's what winning is going to look like. It's not going to look like we were wrong. It's going to look like them dropping their heads and getting real quiet.
Right. Most definitely so on that. Well, brother, man, I love what you've been doing, man. I love the fact that you and the new black media has definitely kept us abreast, given us a space to go ahead and come to, that we can all come together and really voice our opinions and our minds. People that are not stuck on the Democratic and Republican trains, though, and that we are all about black empowerment over here, man. And it's been the best been the best thing for everyone, man. And I've seen how much we've all grown, taking it to another level, man. Taking it to another level that we are most definitely making some things happen on out here. I don't know what they're gonna try to go ahead and do to derail us, but you know what? But you know what though? I guess we got to be ready for anything on out here, and just be prepared for whatever comes around the corner, because most definitely they're gonna try something, and we got to be ready for it.
Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. We appreciate that. Things are moving. They'll continue moving. They are moving. They'll continue moving. We just got to keep doing what we've been. Look, folks, this is not the culmination of 4 years of work. I mean, I've been doing this now 15 years just on YouTube, 20 years online. This is the culmination of 2 decades of work, not 2 years of work. Please do not be confused about that. Y'all have seen people come and go. You've seen folk you thought were solid sitting up here mocking. We got a whole new generation of folk here, and that's why I glummed onto that quickly. I never got into this trend or this rut or this ditch of trying to fight for the civil rights generation. I wrote them off 2 decades ago. Now, I was the guy who invented this phrase, these old niggas.
And deal with it, nigga.
I was the guy who did that with all the folk criticizing me and, oh, you respect your elders, man. Damn that. Damn that. When I said it, it wasn't sexy, it wasn't cool, it wasn't favorable, it was taboo, nobody wanted to go with it, ooh, you's bad, that's blasphemy. I kept doing it. Now take a look at where we are. All the folks who were betting on the old folk, riding out with them, it's like, you do realize mathematics is there's fewer of them every year, right? I pitched my camp with the young, and I've stayed there. I got young cats around this table right now. Roland doesn't. He got D.L. Hughley and Jermaine Dupri. And Tyler Perry and Samuel L. Jackson. That's the definition of diminishing returns. But this is the culmination of 2 decades of work and being persistent when other folk got flaky. And, I didn't do this to get famous. I didn't do this to get rich. God knows that ain't happening. I didn't do that for any of those reasons. I did this simply because this is what needed to be done, and I was willing to just stick at it day after day, 1 inch at a time. People who were expecting us to take a mile, those are the ones who fell off. If you're willing to get out here and take this 1 inch at a time, you'll win. But this has been like, imagine trying to stop a freight train that's moving at 100 miles an hour. But that's not what this is. This is like trying to stop a freight train that is moving at 2 miles an hour. You kind of feel like you could stop it if you pressed hard enough. It's moving so slow. Am I stopping it yet? No, it's just slowly moving you back. Just slowly. And you can lean into it as hard as you want to. You're not pushing him the other way. That's what it is. That's what it is. But it's not going to be over tonight either. Please, people, tonight is just another night. We are going to be here tomorrow and next week and next year and 2028 and 2032 and 2036. People, I'm already blocking out the next 20 years. I'm not going anywhere. This is what we're going to do. Period. This is the only thing we're going to do. I told people, our survival is not up for negotiation, nor is it on a timeline. Jason, how long are we going to keep this up? Until we get it. Till we get it. All right, L247. L, I don't know what's going on over there. I need you to turn the light on for me, ma'am. She is bonneted out over there. I'm going to give you about 5 seconds to go ahead and take care of that for me, and then I got to do something a little bit different. So, L, get a light on for me, ma'am. If we can't do that, I got to do something a little bit different, ma'am. Give L about 5 seconds here, then we got to do something a little bit different. All I could see was an outline of a big old bonnet. All right, y'all, let me let L get back to going down there to price low. Let me let her go ahead and get that. Let me see if Bruce without the R. Let me see if I can go ahead and get that up here. Bruce without the R. Okay, there you go. Okay, I done stopped his Newport break. All right, Bruce, we got you here on Zoom. What's on your mind?
Hello.
Let me let her go ahead and get that. Let me see if
Okay,
Bruce,
booze. Oh Lord, here we go. Turn off your speaker, sir.
Bruce without the
Wait a
R.
minute, hold on.
Oh Lord, y'all, here we go. This newfangled technology got him confounded.
Bruce without the R. Okay, there you go. Okay, Bruce is.
Oh, here we go, y'all. He's trying to figure out what the button is. Turn off YouTube, sir. The mute YouTube.
Hello.
He's watching it on YouTube. He don't know what the volume knob looks like on YouTube.
Bruce without the R.
Why does he look like James Tony?
This newfangled technology got
Hold on.
Bruce without the R.
What
Okay,
happened?
There you go. Okay, Bruce.
Okay, what happened here?
Trying to figure out what the button is. Turn off YouTube, sir.
Okay, y'all. All right, well, he just went ahead and hung up on his Zoom there. So I'm like, okay, somebody see if they can get his granddaughter over there to help him. Somebody see if they can get the granddaughter over there to help him with this right here. Grandpa, is this thing right here? It look like a little horn. That don't look like no volume to me. He said volume. That don't look, unless it's a little horn. What is that? The volume? Nothing wrong right now. I hate this internet. Why can't this nigga be on TV? He don't never show his face. He don't never go on no panel. Why come this nigga can't be? Everybody else on TV. This nigga don't want to be on. He want to be on the internet with these, right? Got us going through all these hurdles online. Why you got to do all that? Why can't this nigga get on CNBC? We can call him up over there. And why ain't he got a phone number no more? He used to have a phone number. I remember it. 646-787-1930. That used to be good. I don't really want to fool with him no more. All this old underground news channel, I don't deal with all this. All right, let me go ahead and see if I can get Sharice up here on Zoom. Let me get Sharice on Zoom. Ma'am, you done called in all weekend and tonight. Now, she knows she's supposed to get bounced. She is trying to flex that dark skin privilege. She is, well, first of all, let me find out, are you still in a relationship?
No. Okay, can I first?
Okay, I didn't mean to break up a happy home over there. Okay, Erica Badu done turned into Erica Badon't. Oh, I didn't mean for all that there to happen, baby. You had a man this weekend, you ain't got one tonight.
And I'm okay with that.
Oh, Lord.
You know what I want to say. Jason, can I get to the real point that I have?
You just got to the point, but fine. Just go ahead and add on top of it, because that nigga's out there somewhere tonight talking about, damn, that Jason Black. All you done found me is another enemy.
It's the code. It's the code. You're not the enemy. The code is the enemy to anybody that come up against the code. Anyway, I want to say I'm already in like a reminiscing mode. Like I'm enjoying that I've got all my tools. I got a TV on with Black Alpha on it. I've got you on one of my TVs. It's like I get to hear Black media all night. Like I'm loving it. And I want to just say thank you for the work and for the years. I guess I'm just in that mode. But I really feel like if we are able to miss this scam artist, which is how I see Kamala. And I wasn't for Trump. I actually voted Green Party and then regretted it. I did green until I ran out of green, and then I did red. But once I heard the brother, because I had the brother Ware, I heard him on, you did an interview with him. I was like, he's not even ready. They're not even ready. But anyway, but I did what I did based on, it was more of a faith vote towards needing, I know we're going to get our reparations eventually. But I'll say this, if we miss this bullet, and I that's the way I keep thinking about it, because to me, Kamala is like a bullet to America. I believe she's going to speed us into so much mess. It's going to be a shame, a pivotal. And not that, neither of them are really the rulers. They're the managers, like Vicky would say. You know, there's really people, big business and a lot of things going on, including Israel. But the reality, though, is that these managers get to move a certain way to a degree. Kamala, anyway, I hope we miss this bullet. I hope that what was going on with Trump was really a foretelling of what we was going to miss. Okay? So, but thank you all for your work. And it's just been great. The growth, everything, it's just been great.
All right, baby. Well, thank you very much. Here, I hate to see Camelot come to an end. I don't like to see that occur. I'm Judge Mathis is out there somewhere. Y'all listen to this nigga over here. I'm the candidate of black love, and he messing up homes. So it's but we're gonna see if we can get you a new boo, man. Somebody a little bit more calibrated. So I sure hate you gonna miss that retirement pension because he's like in his 60s. Now she gotta go replace him with another one. So. Percy, Willie James. She done lost Percy Earl. She got to go find Willie James now.
I'm not going to look at age. I'm going to look at the code. The code is my guide.
The rent is your guide.
Yes. I own, if you just want to know. I own, brother.
Okay, but you ain't trying to pay for it yourself. So it's not at your age. That next BMW somebody else got to foot that one. You are through with this. I know you got this fantasy you going to do it. No, you is not. Somebody else got to pay for that hair and them nails. So she's like, I'm through with that.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Yeah, y'all with them. Jason Black, rebuilding Black America, breaking up relationships.
And deal with it, nigga.
What a hell of a pedigree I got. Roland Martin sitting over there right now. Y'all listen to this fool over there, this nigga breaking up relationships. Y'all listening to him? Now you ain't got no man. Okay. Roland, you think she waiting for you to come rolling through? You think that's what she was waiting on? Of course Roland does. I mean, y'all know him. Where my hug? Okay. Imagine that. You walk in the room and hear this little round elf, got his arms out, and that's the only time he quick timing them steps. You walking slow, and the other time a female come through here. Oh. Like a bull coming at you, a bull with a white dashiki on. What do you even do with that? It's like the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man wearing a duster. It's just, what do you do? He puts his arms out and like, oh, we can't get around him? And am I athletic enough to jump over him? I mean, he's short enough. I should be able to make it, but I'm just doubting my athleticism. If I do this leap. Okay, I think, this better not be the same one. It really was Bruce without the R. Okay, was it really that? I think it is. All right, y'all. Why does he look like Jeffrey Holder? Why does he look like Jeffrey Holden? No caffeine. Never had it, never will. Ha! All right, Bruce, what's on your mind?
I voted for Jill Stein because I couldn't vote for.
Still got his speakers on, y'all. Still got his speakers on.
Oh, wait a minute.
Okay, sir, can I text your daughter, your granddaughter, or something? Can I get her an Uber to come over and turn it off for you so we can?
There you go.
Okay, all right. She sent me. All right, we'll see how it goes. What's on your mind?
I couldn't vote for either one of the candidates, the major candidates that are running. So I voted for Jill Stein, and only because, she had something in there for Black people. But
and remind me one more time what Jill had in there for Black people. Remind me one more time.
She had reparations up there. So, I don't think Kamala Harris or Trump was going to do it. So, whether than not vote, because I get my vote by mail, I wanted to keep my voting going, because if I don't vote, then I have to start all over, and I didn't want that.
Hold on here, brother. Let me make sure I understand the logic train here. I might have ended up on the caboose of the logic train. I have to keep voting. These are your words. I have to keep voting because if I don't vote, I have to start over again. Explain to me the start over part. Okay, if you don't vote, you got to start over. What exactly?
Well, what I'm talking about is getting my vote mailed to me rather than me going down to the polls.
Oh, okay. Okay, you're in one of those states. If you don't vote, then they won't send it to you next time. Okay.
Now, I'm gonna tell you, Jason, that you you said it right when you said old niggas, because I'm an old nigga.
Okay.
You know, and
Stand on it.
no. I'm 73 years old.
I respect.
And I've been through a lot. I was called a militant when I was young because I always thought for myself. And I joined the Black Panther Party because I thought for myself. You know, they were telling me all kind of crazy stuff about the Black Panther Party. And I said, well, no, wait a minute. Let me go check him out. And when I checked them out, they were talking about things that I can relate to, you know? And so today, you know, I listened to all of the candidates, and none of them were talking like we're going to do anything for us. But Jill Stein, you know, now she is not with us. She, you know, but you didn't straighten her out. You straightened her out.
I straightened her out. Okay, you give me way too much credit, brother. I don't remember it that way, but is that what you took away from our conversation? Well, Jason got her straightened out. She good now.
No, because you let her know. You know, hey, we want money because money will solve everything. You know, I mean, I've been all in Texas and Oklahoma where you couldn't eat in the front of the restaurant. You had to go around to the back. You know, I've seen all of that. So, you know, I understand. You know, that's why I've been a member with you, you know, and, you know, my cousins and things, oh, well, you know, I'm going to vote for Kamala. And I asked them why. And they say, well, you know,
That's how I am with you and Jill Scott. I mean, Jill Stein. When you say your cousin is there, I'm going to vote for Kamala. You said, why? I'm like, I'm voting for Jill Stein. Why? It's just, I mean, but then again, it's your right to go ahead and do it. I get it. You say she put something up there. So she at least put something up there, and she came and talked to us. And he was like, okay, let me go ahead and help her get to this White House. So, I mean, that's a step.
Yeah, that's a step.
In a direction.
But you didn't get Trump. You didn't get Kamala. Hey, well, you know, I said, no, wait a minute. She is running on what do you call it? A
skateboard?
Huh?
A skateboard?
No. She's running on
empty?
Yeah. In other words, she ain't taking donations from $1 million people. And that tells me something, you know. And I swear, I get more ads trying to get me to vote for Kamala on my phone. I said, man.
Well, the good news is after tonight, at least you won't get more of those. Now you're going to start getting hate texts on your phone. Bruce, you no good nigga. Why didn't you vote for Kamala? So that's probably what you're going to end up with next. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight here, Bruce. Yeah, he said, what is she running on? I'm like, she's running on E. She's running on tape. She's running down the center line. So this is the best I can do, y'all. It's the best I can do. All right, let me go ahead and see if I can get John on the line here. I'm going to go ahead and see if I can get John on. I'm working on it.
Yeah.
Okay, John, I don't see you just yet. So
shit. I think hold on. Hold on.
There's a button for the thing.
I was looking at something else while he was talking. That's why.
Okay, well, John, I need you to get that straightened out for me here.
Okay, I got you.
Y'all, how is it Prince's old ass never had this problem? He got on top of the buttons there and whatnot. Prince is shell shocked and every damn thing else. Everybody else, they've been growing up with this. I never had this problem when I get on Zoom with people. You on Zoom? All right,
Yeah.
there you go, John. Okay, brother.
What's up, my brother?
All right, John is calling us from the backyard of the halfway house. All right, what's on your mind?
I'm just coming home.
I know you're just coming home. That's what I'm saying. It's just, John, you're going to be all paper here in 24 months. So it's a step in the right direction.
What's up, man? Peace up.
Well, they say, I'm voting Trump. I need that work release.
Nah. I'm just watching. I was watching the polls, though. I'm staying focused on that. And I'm noticing what's very interesting here, though. There's over 1 million votes for the other candidate, Jill Stein, and they got some other 2-3 people there. And I'm amazed, like a lot of people's out here, like, fuck it, I ain't vote for neither one of them, but I got to vote. And they got like over 1 million votes. Like, I've never seen that before, like something like that before. It's so many people just voting for outside of the Democrat and the Republican Party. I found that very interesting,
Yeah, I mean, look, the old paradigm is gone. The civil rights generation, the FDR generation, they thought they were going to be able to bet on that forever. Right. There's a big problem with that. There are no people in living memory who are basing their vote on FDR.
Right.
Or his cousin. Now here's more dangerous. There are no people, you have very few people who are basing their vote on Kennedy. More recently, that would be Jimmy Carter and Bill Clinton. So you got very, very few people. You don't have a big plurality now, even that's who they're going with. Is this party Bill Clinton? I like when he was on Arsenio. We wasn't voting for Arsenio, though. And that's the difference. Yeah. So when you get down to these raw numbers, at this point right here, it's like, okay, where's your next block of voters going to come from? So we are no longer the reliable Negroes. That's the issue. And the shaming tactics don't work. We don't care if about the Jimmy Carter vote. That was then. We talking about now. Right. That's the difference. And it's good that we're no longer reliable.
Yeah, I just can't wait to wake up in the morning and see the peak. Because I remember when Biden won, and all these people was out there with their pots, banging on the pots, and in New York, driving down the streets honking their horns and shit. So I'm looking forward to their reactions tomorrow. I think I might have to go out there and beat some fans myself. What do you think?
I mean, sure, you certainly can. I hope you outside of Bruce's house when you do it, but definitely.
It's gonna be interesting in the morning. It's gonna be crazy out here. I already see it. Like you were saying earlier, I heard you say earlier. It's gonna be rough out here tomorrow.
There'll be a few Trump supporters out there with their flags on their pickup trucks, and again, they already had them. They're gonna have the big raised wheels on it and stuff, and they're gonna be tearing up down the street and things. And you're gonna have some sheriffs talking about rounding all the niggas up. It's just that kind of silliness and nonsense will happen. So you'll have some exuberance for a minute. Then they're actually going to try some of that and get their ass broken and realize, okay, let me just be happy with this vote. It's going to be that kind of action. So they're going to get proud for a minute. It's going to be mayonnaise sandwiches and gluten-free ice cream for like 2 or 3 days. What kind of cigarettes white folks smoke? I don't know. It's just
Marlboros.
Okay, Marlboros. There you go. It's gonna be that. Well, do they still make GPCs? Do they still make GPCs? I don't know. I'm about to say whatever the rot gut cigarettes. There'll be a little bit of that going on and whatnot. But other than that, just for a few days, and then reality's gonna sink in, and that's gonna be what it is.
Yeah. Are you on every Tuesday now? Because I just started noticing you on Tuesday the past couple of weeks.
No. Those were special programs. So like I said, we had some individuals there. So that was the only reason I was on during the middle of the week. But no, this is going to be the last time you all are going to see me on a Tuesday for a minute. So soak it up and enjoy it.
All right, my brother.
Thank you very much for giving us a call. You going to start on Tuesdays? And they trying to work me even more. Y'all see, niggas listen to me and voted for Jill Stein. So it's just like, you want me to put more days in? I took off an extra day there. Well, all I got for that was a Jill Stein voter. Here, Jason, you going to be on Tuesday, ain't you? Nigga, I'm going to start cutting days. I might take Sunday off. Clearly, Jason, you need to be on more. I think I need to be on less. If that's going to happen. But like I say, look, I'm not going to diss about that. Vote your conscience. The only thing I say is vote whatever you actually believe. Don't vote for something you don't actually believe in. Even if I don't agree with it or whatever the case may be. That's the only thing you're going to stand by. At least be a person of integrity, if not a person of intelligence. At least be a person of integrity. All right, y'all. We got Dammy Jacob Fatu on Zoom. Okay, Franklin.
My man.
Dude, why are you looking like Jacob Fatu on here, brother? What's on your mind?
Hey, all good, man. All good. I want to give you props, man. Want to give you props. I think this. First of all, I think Trump is going to win this election. This kind of victory for Trump, I also believe is going to be a victory for the voices of the new black media programs like yours and all the other voices that are inside the media. I'm already thinking about the spin that they're going to have when the Democratic Party loses. I actually registered to vote. I was getting ready to vote for the Green Party up until you had them up on your platform. It helped me to delve deeper into the quote unquote policies that they had and the positions that they were going for our community. So I'm actually excited. I'm really excited watching the breakdown. Just listening. Just wanted to come on. I don't really have much to say. Just wanted to come on and give you the praises, give you all the props, man. Because I think this election, again, man, is going to be big, and I'm just waiting to see the spin that they have on the Black American males. But also, I think this, like you said, is going to put to bed. Obama's going to put to bed all of the people that they trotted out this time around. They're not going to be able to pull out a Beyonce, an Eminem, and all those other bought and paid for bootlegs that they have on the platform in those Democratic. I don't even know what they call them, but yeah, man. So all praises to you, man. Congratulations. It's going to be a good victory, man, for y'all, for us, all that good stuff, man.
I mean, we'll see how it goes here, brother. Just hang on. We still got a little bit to go. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Yeah, y'all, Jacob Fatu called me up tonight. I'm like, okay. The Samoan werewolf. I'm checking to see what our numbers look like here. CNN is showing 211 to 153. Fox is showing 216, 193. Okay, so basically some of the numbers have moved, but they're looking like they're gearing up on those 4 states: Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan. So the pollsters and stuff the poll people might be just getting ready to throw a blowout, because if it just becomes an avalanche, it's like, okay, Kamala, at least now she'll be able to stay home and get drunk in peace without us interrupting her. Talking about, if I was Kamala Harris, I would just lose the election. I would just come out and just keep it real with niggas. I'd be like, I'm so glad that I've lost this election. Now I can tell you niggas what I really think of you. Kamala, no, Doug, shut your ass up. I don't like y'all no damn way. The rooms at Howard were smelly. The girls was all bigger hoes than me. You talking about hoes. Like, ski weeby ass. And another thing, I ain't never liked you black nigga men no way. You can hate me now. My only regrets, I didn't lock up more of you. That's my only real regret. Now I got damn Tupac, damn Fife Dog, Snoop Dogg, Red Dog, all the dogs, damn all of you. I would like to give her a chance. But Kamala, just speak from your soul, baby. Speak from your soul. Just say you've been sitting on this and playing nice for 40 days. I slept with Willie Brown. Willie Brown, do you know what kind of memories I have from that? I can't walk that. I put in a lot of work to get here. Sleeping with Willie Brown should have gave me something. Think about that for a few moments. So if anybody right now, I need Kamala to come. Particularly Kamala, where the hell is Dominique? What? I told Dominique he was supposed to call up tonight. Y'all, where is Dominique? Dominique was supposed to call up tonight and wild out, remember? He's sitting at home right now with the white girls and stuff. He probably got the green bandana around his head tonight and whatnot. Where is Skinny Kravitz tonight? Where is Skinny Kravitz tonight, y'all? He's sitting up there with some white girls watching Clueless, reruns of Clueless. Damn, Becky. That's the problem right there. We can't get the rest of them. I thought you told the rest of them what to do. I did, Becky. I called them. You see, I called every week here. Get off me. Don't be like that. I'm going to call my father. Oh, no. So it's going to be rough on Dominique tonight. He's probably sitting over there explaining this. All the white kids are around him talking about what we're doing wrong. He's the only Negro in the room, so they're all blaming him. So he just became the one big nigga tonight. Even though he's beige colored, he became the one big nigga. This is rap, dude. It's everybody your choice, bro. Why do you all have to be so difficult, man? It's 2024, dude. Women are oppressed. It's time to set them free, Jason. Set them free like butterflies, bro. So Dominique is somewhere tonight panicking. Where you at, nigga? You called me the other day. He just called me 2 days ago now. I'm gonna call it an election night. He been quiet. Y'all understand. That's why I told y'all there's a whole bunch of folk quiet tonight. Whole bunch of folk quiet tonight. Ain't saying nothing. Ain't saying nothing. Okay. Let me get on Twitter. Let me go ahead and see if I can get Eric up here on Zoom. Where you at, Eric? All right. Let me get Eric on Zoom here. Okay, Eric, you up? Sir, would you like to speak? All right, we got Eric on Zoom. What's on your mind, Eric?
Jason Black. What's going on, Jason Black? Hey, man, I want to address the candidates. Kamala Harris, I am so disappointed in you. You could not even win as the first woman. You couldn't go off the first woman. You had to use us to try to get the black vote. And it's looking bad for you. But you could have won had you gave us something. We asked you to give us something. You didn't give us nothing. So guess what? I'm gonna have to just wait till 2028. Donald Trump, man, I am so disappointed in you, man. You had your chance, man. It was right there. It was in the bag. You mean 45 million votes, man, just like that. You could have walked in there, man, but you didn't want to do that. So guess what? We just gonna have to wait till 2028. So guess what? I got off the couch and I had to vote for Couch Love Seat 2024.
Love seat, lazy boy, lawn chair, beach chair, just whichever make you comfortable. You know, Serta, Kings Down, just whichever one, you know, you need right there. So we can do this year. You got a hard head, make a soft ass. We can do this in 2024. Oh, you didn't listen? Yeah. Then we can do this again in 2028. And we can do this again in 2032, 2036, 93 until infinity. We can keep this up as long as you want to be there. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight here. Let me go and see. Let me get Prince. I got my man Prince out of Houston on the line here. Brother Prince, you up late tonight. You up late tonight, bro.
I'm going to need a big boy nap tomorrow, Jason.
Oh, Lord, don't say that right there. You know, y'all old men. Y'all be sleeping like half the day anyway, so it's just a nap for you. People will be wondering where the hell you went. He missed his appointment.
Oh, Jason. Now, Jason, you notice the difference between, I'm not going to so much talk about tonight's broadcast, but the broadcast when you had people asking questions about their opinions on the election about a few days ago, a week ago, and how it was 4 years ago, and how they were so combative with you, like, nah, we're going to vote for Biden. You remember how they was talking down to you? They want to make it a point, the olders. They want to make a point. Yeah, we don't care about all that, what you're saying. We're going to do this anyway. They're totally quiet now. What's the tone change? Have you noticed a tone change in them?
Yeah, it's called reality. The problem with the internet is that people are allowed to indulge in their fantasies, and then they have an echo chamber of other people fantasizing along with them. That's the problem. And so they sit there on Twitter and whine and moan and sit up here and make an ass of themselves. And they've been taught on Twitter that numbers, getting a large audience or seemingly large audience, that makes you right. And that's not the way that works. That's not the way that works. I'm gonna have to get another website up here because the Associated Press is saying that Trump has won North Carolina, so that the count is now 230 to 192 with Associated Press. So let me go see if I can get theirs up. By the way, that's what kept crashing me earlier, because every time these websites are using, I guess they're using the script on the websites, and so when it does update, it keeps, in some cases it was crashing me. It crashed my streaming program earlier, so I don't want to have too much stuff going on up here. But there's going to be a whole bunch of crying and yelling tonight.
Yeah, I voted for the couch, Jason. because they weren't offering any tangibles, either one of them, for us, as Freeman, FBA, and I want to ask you a question, Jason. Why do you think boomers fear? They are threatened by their children and grandchildren having political power, exercising political power. Why do you think they fear Gen Xers and the generations after them exercising political power?
For the same reason the dominant society doesn't like it. Because they've gotten a bunch of unearned benefits and they want to continue getting their unearned benefits. Please remember, right now, the U.S. government is ruled over by what? Octogenarians and a bunch of elderly folk. So you have an elderly electorate that, you have a gerontocracy. A bunch of old people in the society voting for a bunch of old politicians who are going to keep passing benefits for old people at the expense of the young, which is exactly what you are not supposed to do. Right. The old are supposed to be setting up things for the next generation. We've got an old generation that's setting up things for themselves and then legislating that and voting that into policy. If you do it another way, then they have to be accountable for it. So they're just, take a look at it. The old niggas right now telling you and me we need to vote for damn diabetes medication.
You're right.
That's their platform. All this medical related stuff. I guess that's why they can identify with it. Abortions and medications. A bunch of stuff in hospitals.
And they can't even get an abortion. This is crazy.
Yeah, you're 95 years old. What the hell abortion gonna do for you?
And see, this the
ovaries look like walnuts.
And this the civil rights generation, Jason, and they don't have no empathy or any connection. I'm talking about as a group for their legacy. What's going forward? It's every man for themselves. And Jason, you busted up that lady home, man, that quick. That sister.
Brother, I ain't busted up nothing, busted self up as far as like, well, yeah, I kind of had a hand in it, but okay.
He was off cold, she said. What can you say to that? Now, Jason, what happens?
Fox News is just called North Carolina for Trump. So, like I say, it keeps on going. Kamala is out here right now trying to figure out, do they need an extra in a Cardi B music video? She's trying to figure out what she gonna do, y'all.
In your opinion, because I live down here in Texas, so they got illegals cutting their yard and working at these different farms and different stuff. But what happens to the immigration crisis under Trump presidency?
The issue is, for example, here's the problem. The problem is that when you have states, you're kind of captive to them. The illegals being able to go to New Mexico and New York and California, it's going to be practically impossible to extradite or remove them from there. So that's how we end up with these issues. When you have one or two states that are willing to violate the law and ignore it, then it makes a problem for the rest of us. Let me give drivers, the reason why driver's licenses is such a contentious issue is because driver's licenses have reciprocity. Yes. My driver's license in Louisiana is honored in Texas, California. It's honored in all 50 states. If I can get it in Louisiana, it's honored everywhere else. Well, the inverse is also true. A New York driver's license is honored in Louisiana. The thing is, we've made driver's licenses a form of identification defined as legitimacy. You are a legitimate citizen because you allegedly went through the process of getting a driver's license, which means that you validated that you're actually a U.S. citizen. What if you have states who are now going to change their rules and say, well, our driver's license, you don't have to be a citizen to get one? That becomes a gateway. Doing that creates a gateway. That's the problem. Okay. And so I don't want you all to be fooled or deceived about what to expect or what not to expect. Voting for Trump is, as far as the illegals issue, is a stopgap at best.
Okay.
But I also don't want you to be deceived about what occurs because I've been telling you all for the longest. I mean, that's why I played Sunday. They get over here, and as soon as they get themselves good, they start voting Republican.
Yes.
So once they become they're not coming here looking out for the group. They're coming in here as a group looking out for themselves.
Gotcha.
Which is why we've been saying, hey, that's off code. We ain't having folk who are off code. We all we got. These other folk, as soon as they get over the border, they're going to be real liberal about that border right up until they make six figures. Then they're going to be the first ones wanting to shut it down. You know, as soon as they get bopped over the head or somebody steals what they got, all of a sudden they want to stop that. Please remember, down there in Uvalde, Texas. Remember that.
Now, Jason.
Now, in the state of Virginia, Fox News is calling Virginia for Kamala Harris. Y'all got to understand, Virginia got a lot of hoes out there now. So, Virginia, that D.C. area, all them big metropolitan areas, D.C., Richmond, is a bunch of hoeing going on. So, it's just, those are younger females who now they are worried about their abortion. So, don't let Virginia fool you as a, quote, southern state. They have a lot of degeneracy and a lot of perversion going on out there. Drugs, perversion, sluttery. So, Virginia is not what a lot of folk think. It really, really isn't. It's where losers go to, you know, make a name for themselves. You're right. A lot of military out there. No offense, but it's a lot of young girls out there in the military and benefits. And let me keep my abortion because I don't want my husband to know what I was doing on the ship.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. So yeah, that's Virginia.
I lived there 6 years, so I know. I went to college up there.
Now, it's becoming a suburb of Baltimore. You know, it's just all the slutty hoes and just let me protect my birth control. I don't want this nigga to know what I did. So the fellas in the military know it's like, okay, if your bro disappeared for 2 weeks, she had that abortion, dude.
Yeah, well, that's just what it is. In the Navy, you know, they got Oceana and they got Norfolk Naval Base, the biggest naval base I think in the world, maybe. Right there in Chesapeake Bay. And I'm telling you, you talking about everybody know when them guys gone for 6 months on a submarine. Come on now. One of the ladies came to my apartment and she's knocking on my door. And I said, what's going on? My husband not here. I said, what they got to do with me? She said, oh, you want to come watch a movie? No, ma'am. Please get away from my plate. No, ma'am. She wanted me to go watch a movie. Yeah, right. While her husband on a submarine.
Yeah, dude. She said, hey, you retired and got some benefits. My husband's still out there fighting for him. I can double up.
Yeah, and I'm going to have to fight my way into my apartment and out. Now, Jason, what message does this give to how does this affect the dynamic of the new and black old media as it relates to the fact that they really are angry at us. They really trying, the Divine Nine, the Democrats in general, people like Roland Martin, all of these people, how does it affect, because I know the Democrats are going to be like, we'll see what they're doing for years. How is it going to affect the media thing among the dynamics between the new and old black media?
Well, it's not going to affect any dynamic here, but as far as the old folk, the Boulay, the Divine Nine, Monique Presley going to be on Suicide Watch. Roland Martin is going to be on the drug bender. The Krispy Kreme people ain't going to be able to make them fast enough when he show up. They ain't going to be making them fast enough. I see them in the back, they like have dozens of them. They be putting ice in them, and they're going to see him come through oh Lord, he's going to park that Sprinter van out front and just throw them all in there. So that's what's going to happen with them because they need it. Remember, everybody was talking about how potent the sororities were going to be for Kamala Harris, her secret weapon in 2020. Never happened. We don't have a corporate media doesn't report the truth anymore. They just say stuff. No matter how crazy it is, they're just putting out content. And then you realize that most of them aren't even being paid. Or if they are, it's just barely rent money. So that's what's going on. The sorority thing was never a factor. Neither was the fraternity thing. But political parties look for groups. They don't like talking to individuals. They want to find one person who can corral the rest of you because that makes it easy for them. So they will look for an organization. If you don't have one, they'll go make one. That's why they go to the churches and the schools. They're looking for that. Meanwhile, we sitting over here and I was like, okay, you don't want to deal with that. Your winning margin is not in the church. Your winning margin is over here. but we would also come with demands. Remember, they said, just show them niggas empathy, but do not tell them you're going to actually do anything.
And they never denied it.
Don't make any specific promises. Don't promise them nothing. Okay, well, we're not promising you to show up neither. So the Boule folk, they're going to be on pins and needles. If you want to know why the Democrats keep coming back and acting like we were just venting, that's because that's what them folk tell them. The Mark Morials, the Monique Presleys, the Roland Martins, they tell them we were just venting. And that if you just make a little bit of a tweak and give me some more money, we'll get them back in line. Eventually, you're going to run. Eventually, that's going to run weary on you.
Okay. Do you see Richard Spencer supporting Kamala Harris?
No. Richard's done this before, so no. Richard's trolling. Folks, listen to me. As a person who has met him in person, spent hours with him, with some things that one day I'll talk about. Richard Spencer is a troll. And I know after you saw Charlottesville that it just seems, no, it can't be just that. That's 80% of it. Richard Spencer is a college-educated, degreed troll. He's your worst millennial nightmare. These were places where he could be seen. And he supported these causes as long as it was able to do that. Then everybody sued him to oblivion. Oh, the trolling got real. Richard's a troll, y'all. I mean, I'm not saying that to be hyperbolic. I'm just saying, please understand, like Ben Shapiro, if you eliminated the trolling factor from it and they just had to be just the facts, they wouldn't say anything at all. They wouldn't even show up. So they're trolls. And Richard is a troll, and this is just naked trolling. This man does not want Kamala Harris by any stretch of the imagination. At best, he thinks that saying that he endorses her will get more people to vote for Trump. So, but Richard's just trolling you.
My last question, Jason. If Kamala Harris wins, is that just all hell break loose for us as black people?
All hell broke loose in 1498. I mean, it's, I don't know what the hell y'all talking about. Jason, this thing gonna get worse than this? Define worse. What exactly do you mean by worse? So, I mean,
it is what it is.
Yeah, that's not gonna bother me, scare me, or anything else right there. So it's no. I mean, it's just gonna be another day here. You're gonna have a lot of Republican-leaning people, and please remember, in this society, they put on Democrat and Republican like a jacket in white society. So one year the Republican, the other year the Democrat. They don't think anything of it. They just vote for the candidate that supports their interest that year, or who is most aligned with their interest that year. We're the only folks who vote for them like they're part of the family. These other people do not refer to politicians as part of the family. You just supported my interests. All we're doing now is breaking this pathology of treating political parties like they're our family members. No, you ain't.
Do you think, last thing I want to ask you, do you think the Republicans might start reaching out to us?
No. No.
Right.
The Republicans are not going to move an inch, not going to move a finger. There will be no outreach. They are not going to move on anything. They're going to act as, bottom line is they're going to say, why do we have to do anything? They already came over here with us not offering anything at all. See, there's the problem with the Democrats. When you vote for the Democrats and they didn't offer you anything, then all you're doing is encouraging them and incentivizing them to continue to offer nothing.
Yes.
If I don't have to give you anything to get your vote, why do I have to offer anything else? Let me go get us some of these other questionable people. So no, in the place of Republicans, if Trump wins, they're going to say, see, they like what we're doing already. See, all we have to do is keep being conservative. Black people are really conservative at heart, you know. We just need to keep doing that, and they'll vote for us. That's what they're going to take away from it. That Trump was finally the right spokesperson for what they've always been doing. And that's going to be their takeaway from it. But the bottom line is, yeah, we don't have to do anything for you either.
Thank you.
But we're not trying to get them to, quote unquote, do something for us. This is a wake-up call across the board. I meant what I said last week. We win no matter what.
Yes.
If Trump loses again by 50,000 votes, Trump, enjoy your prison stay. By the way, if you had done a little something, we could have kept you out the pokey. But now you need somebody to commute your sentence. And if Kamala loses, it's, yeah, we wasn't playing with you now, were we? You think we gonna come out and vote for you? No! We ain't bull jiving.
No.
So we win no matter what occurs. The real thing was to get people to take us seriously.
Yes.
And now they do. No matter what occurs, either which way, now they will. At least for this election cycle. If we stay consistent, this is the beginning of getting everybody on code to understand we ain't playing with you anymore.
Can we get the celebrities on code? Because they playing, these black celebrities are playing an active role in undermining us.
No. You can't get celebrities on code, dude. I mean, they all at the Diddy parties. Everybody's talking about the Diddy tapes. You know, nobody's talking about the Weinstein tapes. They're not talking about the Epstein tapes. They're not talking about none of that, brother.
Yeah.
Those people are bought and owned. I just did my documentary film, 8 a.m., the record deals, bro. You trapped. I didn't get to get into this in the film because it would have been a little bit too far in the woods, but the reality is when you went out of your first advance, they kind of roll you over into another one. So if you do on one album and whatnot, but it wasn't enough to recoup, they come back and they say, okay, we need to redo this record deal. Quote, redoing the record deal is rolling you over into another advance.
Double dead.
Dude, you got a bunch of folk out here who've been rolled over into advance after advance. And then they start whining and moaning about it later. No, you ain't never gonna get them on code. The other thing is that most of your celebrities are flat, stone cold broke. They need this, brother. California is famous for consignment shops. Is famous for renting things. These folks are in mountains of debt. That's why all the females, as they get older, you just hear about the dudes they sleeping with. You don't know about all the ones they sleep with you ain't heard about.
Exactly.
You heard about the ones they were chasing and failed. What about the ones they were chasing and didn't get that you ain't heard of? It's a whole bunch of that going on, especially as they get older. And I'm talking about the women and the men. They got them house notes. They are doing everything in the world to keep up with the Joneses, to keep up the appearance that they're still successful, in the hopes that they don't end. A celebrity's worst fear is ending up like old dude from the Cosby Show who folk got video of him bagging groceries. That's their worst fear. That is their worst nightmare, is that there would be an image of that, because they know that you can't recover from that. Not now, not ever.
Well,
all the chicks, all the blonde bombshells from Baywatch, some of them living on the streets homeless. Y'all have heard about that?
Yes.
Dude, that's everybody. Just like Chris Rock said, his goal was to keep his daughter off the pole. All these other folks, their goal is to keep that photograph from happening. Whatever you have to do to keep that photograph from occurring. That's what they're doing.
Okay.
You ain't never gonna get them on code, ever. They don't belong to us. They belong to them other folk. And you know what? That's cool. I like it. Like, I'm one of the few people who tells you all I prefer honest enemies. I don't want dishonest ones. Why would you support Trump over Kamala Harris? Well, I'm theoretically, because I don't support either one of them, but I'd rather have an honest bigot. I've always told y'all I want my white supremacy honest. Uncut, unfiltered, just bring it to me raw. I want that. Don't bring me a soft-talking white supremacist. Remember 4 years ago, I'd rather have a polite white supremacist. Okay, this is a crazy nigga. No, I don't need you to be a dishonest white supremacist. I'd rather you be an honest one. Malcolm X said that. At least I know what I'm dealing with. I know when I see you, I know exactly what to expect. I ain't even got to have a conversation with you. This just makes my life a lot easier. These other folk trying to fool you into believing, well, if you just shift a little bit more, then they'll go with that. If you change a little bit more, maybe we'll get Kamala and the Democrats to do something. Nah, just keep it straight so that when I get up tomorrow, I'm under no illusions about what I'm going to get. Kamala didn't do anything for us. Trump ain't going to do nothing for you neither. And the difference is when I get up tomorrow morning, I won't be expecting anything.
Exactly.
So when I get up, I'm not going to get nothing from him. At least he's not going to lie about it. But keeping you chasing this carrot that if you do things a little bit differently, oh, they'll do something for you. Nah, forget it. Just bring the honest one over here.
Did you expect that Samuel Jackson would come out and speak? You just thought he was just part of the Hollywood system?
Man, I mean, here's my thing. So many celebrities crashing out for a candidate who couldn't win. That's the thing that I found to be, that was the odd thing to me. They didn't do this for Obama.
No.
Obama didn't have this going on. I'm talking about they all coming out and giving speeches.
What's the desperation?
Dude, there's tapes on these niggas.
I figured that because did you see what happened with Jennifer Lopez when they asked her about the Diddy party?
Yeah, she don't want to talk about it.
She stopped asking questions and ran off.
Dude, there's so many folk out there who are just shook right now, and it used to be a meme. No, this is real. How the hell do you get all of them to show up for a candidate who can't win? What did you tell them that you didn't tell them the last 4 elections? What did you tell them to get all of them to show up puffing their chest? Come on, man. Come on. You see what they did. I want y'all to know they got receipts for all these niggas' asses out there. Y'all, I've met these people. With very, very few exceptions. I say few exceptions. I want y'all to know they sniping everybody about this, bro. Everybody and their mama, y'all can go down the list. They done threaten everybody. Anybody who ever took a photograph with somebody, they threatening them. Ooh. And I'm not saying necessarily there's anything untoward happen, but I'm just saying they're going back through every photograph with every underage chick anywhere and threatening folk and saying, ooh, we caught you here. What else? People are afraid. And I'm telling you they're afraid because most of them are afraid. And they're afraid because there is something there. And they're hoping that nobody asks the right question and looks at the right thing.
Okay. You think LeBron is at risk because they got to tape him talking about Diddy parties, or it's just he's too big to fall?
I think it's a combination of that and his wife. I think they have a hold of his wife's ear.
Okay.
I think they have a hold of his wife's ear and a little bit more pressure, and we can get her to break that down. The next thing you know, LeBron James effectively financially would be broken in half.
God, dog. She's been making some wild comments about her independence.
Yeah, remember Jordan and Juanita was after Jordan retired. Yeah. If I remember correctly, it was after he retired.
No, it was after he retired, about a year or so.
Yeah, in LeBron's case, they could probably make it. They could make that happen while he's there. So he's going to be really, really, especially he brought his son out there. He's going to be really desperate to try to prevent that from occurring. But I think it's between Diddy and his wife. I think it's between those two factors. They got hooks and stuff like that. And, you know, these guys get paid from these endorsement and marketing deals. And what you all don't understand is that LeBron James and his company that does promotion now, you know, they got folk they assigned to and they're their agents. When they make these marketing deals, they're projecting years out. So if LeBron James makes a $300 million deal, he's going to give $50 million a year. That's 6 years.
Okay.
So he's projecting out what their profits will be and their income will be for 6 years. You don't get the $300 million up front. Remember Kanye West? You don't get it up front. So that's how they have the ability to turn that spigot off on you.
Okay.
They made a deal, but here your $10 million. And if everything go right, you'll get another $10 million next quarter. So every 4 months, you get another, or 3 months, you get another $10 million, another $10 million. But yeah, if anything goes wrong, spigot off. And then all of a sudden, that $300 million projection you made goes away. Think about it like this right now. Diddy, even if he was worth $1 billion, but he didn't have $1 billion cash. He talking about selling houses, bruh. You realize one case already, he's projecting to spend $100 million.
One case.
Just one. Imagine all the others who could be broken by much less. Much less.
Yes. They don't have his type of funds or this type of I guess, but you know, he's have a long history of having that type of money. Yeah.
It's gonna be a lot of folk finding out. So strap in for the ride, boys and girls. Thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight. Let me go ahead and check on Twitter right quick. I put up a post on Twitter. Folk around the table in here like, what? I put up a post on Twitter. I felt it was necessary to. I just wanted to check in on that and see how that was going. I'm just asking people where the Kamala Harris victory party gonna be. Wow, this Aaron Rupar on Twitter. A voter in North Carolina tells CNN he wasn't going to vote, but he did when his girlfriend told him if he didn't vote for Harris, she would break up with him. Okay, so it's a lot of. This is the beta male election, the BBL election, and the beta male election. Man, look here, dude. The beta male election is on. It is on. Oh, it's going to be more lonely dudes tonight over this election. Oh, boy. Okay, y'all, I got 43 comments. Oh, man. The Kamala supporters are not, they quiet as church mice. I'm looking for one who said that. Too early, they're still counting votes. Okay, all right. Victory party at 7-Eleven. Greens will be served. All right, Jesus. That's good. I want the Kamala supporters here. It'll happen. They need time to count all the dead people ballots to vote for. Okay, never mind. He's being sarcastic. Okay, I'm checking to see y'all where the Kamala voters tonight. They was a hard body on my page yesterday. You lying, nigga. I hate these lying ass pro-blacks. Okay, y'all blacks are in trouble if she doesn't. LOL. All right. You crazy. All right, boy, all right. I'm waiting to see where the Kamala Harris supporters are, y'all. What I tell you, they're going to get real quiet tonight. If they lose, they're just going to get quiet. What does that tell you? These ain't stand-up people. Or one person, you're legitimately an idiot. Are you the one who voted for the losing candidate? I'm the idiot, but you... All right, but I'm the idiot. All right, so we got one up on there who tried to hang in there. So no, they're not going to do that. Okay, I want to find out from you all. Okay, what do you all make of this? Are they just going to crash out? Are they going to at least admit that, okay, we made a mistake, or do y'all think they're going to crash out? Mr. Gray.
Yeah, I'm predicting crash and burn. You know, it's to your point, it's been 4 years you've been seeing Trump signs all over the place. So if you just took a logical or linear perspective, you don't even have a dog in the fight, but to know that there was going to be an uphill battle for the Democrats regardless. And once they made the desperation move to switch to Kamala, a quarter of the way through, how long has it been out here? July?
Yes.
July. Yeah, once they made that switch, to me that was crash and burn. She got off to a great start, which, obviously, caught people by surprise. But for you to back this, you're all in at this point. You're not looking at it from a perspective of what is it in it for me, or logically. You're on a team at this point. So I think they're going to fight hard for their team, crash and burn, and that could be in many ways. But I think it's going to be a crash and burn in denial and also crickets. So I think they're going down with the ship.
All right, brother.
Oh, habits die hard. There's been a high emotions this entire election, even before Kamala was brought in, and I think those emotions are just now transmuting to people wanting her to win without looking at the facts and the stats. So, folk are just gonna look at it, who are supporting her heavy, are just looking at it emotionally at this point, and if she loses, it's just gonna be a hard road to hoe, essentially.
Mr. Brown.
Yeah, I'm agreeing. They crashing and burning, and I believe they're gonna just come up with any kind of excuse to where, and I think basically it's just gonna be like the feminist, like chauvinistic type, sexist type road that they're just gonna hammer in. That's what I believe.
Go ahead.
So I think that they will crash out. But I agree with you that it's going to be short-lived. Like they won't take this into next week. By the end of the week, they'll be on to the next thing. I think it's more people who don't want Trump to win than people who actually believe in Kamala. And I don't think anybody is emotionally charged enough to keep this foolishness going. When it comes to her losing, but I don't understand the feminists. So I mean, I'm not a part of that group. I don't run in that circle. I don't understand the thought process that goes behind it. But I just know attention spans in this day and age are not long. And I just feel like next week they'll have a new person to bully, or they'll release another name from the Diddy indictment, and everybody will just be on to the next whatever thing that they want to hammer about. That's my thought. I don't have a lot of faith in them lasting on this crash out long.
No, they've got full derangement syndrome. They are emotionally, spiritually, sexually invested in this. I mean, chicks is breaking up with their boyfriends. They are sexually invested in this, okay? All the weak little male feminists tonight, they're going to be like, finally, I get a shot, finally did. So it's going to be that. But no, they've gone too far, baby. They can't let this go. They cannot let this go. No, you're going to be hearing about this for the next 4 years.
No, really?
Oh, they went all in. Think of all the people who told you in no uncertain terms that he couldn't win. Nancy Pelosi, he'll never be in the White House again. I'm going to make sure that this. And Professor Lichtman, all these people who were just so hell-bent to deny reality, they're going to have to spend the next 4 years. I meant when I said their credibility is gone. Their credibility is gone. So, no, ma'am, you are going to be hearing about this for the next 4 years. They're going to be angry. They're going to be bitter because now they're going to have to sit there and just eat it. And you know Donald, he got no chill. He going to be trolling the whole damn time. When he calls them stupid, now you're being called stupid about the president. It's just he back again. They're not going to let go because he ain't going to let go. And now he has no incentive to. So just think about that every day. They were so nakedly against him. They were so shamelessly against him. You can't go this far over the edge and lose. You can go this far over the edge and win, but you can't do all this and lose. Nah, baby, they're not going to be able to sleep tonight. It's going to be a bunch of, they're going to be looking at the ceiling. They're going to be staring outside. They're going to be sitting in the corner with their whiskey and just looking there, just rocking. They're going to be in the shower with clothes on. That's what's going to be happening. I haven't even looked at MSNBC. Get the remote control. Get the remote control. We got a television monitor. Get the remote control. Let's go take a look at MSNBC. I can monitor Fox for the tally. Let me go see what MSNBC is doing. Try going channel up. Try going. There it is. Yeah, the very next channel. There we go. Oh, there we go. Give me the remote control. Let me see it. All right, let me see. What are they talking about there?
To touch on, this is out of all votes around the nation. You ask people in the last year, mind you, that's not 2 years ago, in the last year, inflation has caused
Joy Weed,
not everyone else, your family, what? And if you ask for a moderate or severe hardship, it's 75% of the voting public.
Well, if you knew this all this time, why were you saying she was going to win?
A reminder that with no insult to the people trading in the bond market every day, and the only thing I know about bonds is word is bond, which is an old saying.
So MSNBC on election night is conceding that that was all these things were a problem. They said there wasn't no problem. Now all of a sudden we asked it for that inflation. Well, Ari Melber, then you knew this the whole damn time. And Joy Reid is looking like Joy Weed up here, y'all. What? Oh, what happened? Skee ball.
whether it's a red state or a blue state or purple state. It is a winner every time. I'm surprised Democrats don't use it more. But think about the disconnect here. The same people who are working class voters who are saying, I want my wages increased, are also voting for the candidate, in some cases, who is bankrolled by Elon Musk, who said into a recording device that there would be pain and hardship, which he's not going to feel. He's a billionaire, but that they will feel. So you're saying your minimum wage increase will not be enough to deal with the 20% tariff.
Why does Joy Reid look like Dougie Fresh?
Walmart much more expensive. So there's a disconnect between people's perception that the actor from The Apprentice can make me better. Essentially, you're saying I want to be under the sort of care, right? I mean,
y'all, that hair just get lower and lower. Every month you look, it get lower and lower.
And the hairline goes back. Policies that you're going to get, and this is what
she looking like John Amos.
The government you ask for. But then if you're saying you want 20% tariffs and mass deportation that will make everything unaffordable, this is what will happen.
But there is a group of people that we often don't talk about that aren't, to how you like to say, down with the care economy, and it's small business owners. And the reason small business owners are not down with the care economy is because when you increase minimum wage, when you offer maternity leave and paternity leave to low-wage workers, that sounds great, and we all support this idea. But there's lots of small business owners that don't want to say it in public, but are saying, I don't want to do that. I can't afford to do that. My margins are small. So there is this quiet universe of people out there that run small businesses that want absolutely no regulation. And while they like the idea of paying someone more money and giving them more jobs with dignity, they're saying, well, let the government cover that. Because in my small business or my restaurant, I cannot afford to.
Well, if you knew that all this time, why have you been saying the opposite, ma'am?
This is because of the sort of nature of structural polarization in the U.S. and the fact that we have close race after close race.
Polar low Chris Hayes. There's a white man who needs a clue.
Results, again, we're talking about what is looking right now like a 3 or 4 point swing in the national political environment from 2020.
That wasn't what you've been saying all this time, Chris.
Are, again, extremely important, meaningful switches for who wields power and what the government does and who it serves. As a sociological fact, these are relatively small margins, right? We're not, when you look back at what happened in 64 or what happened in 72 or what happened in 1980, we're talking landslide, huge elections, right? Like 10, 15 point, like
One of the candidates wins one state.
right, wins one state. Like we're just in a completely different world than that, and what will happen in the days to come, independent of the actual outcome, the winner that's called, is looking at these margins because they matter a huge amount to political professionals, to who wields power, to who wins campaigns. But we're talking, again, 3 points here, 4 points there, 2 points there. So, there's this tendency to extrapolate out to be like, everyone now is that.
Oh, if Trump wins the popular vote, but y'all, they're going to be jumping out of windows all over New York. Now that is what y'all need to watch out for. It's going to be a bunch of white folk driving smart cars and Mini Coopers crashing out just everywhere. Oh, it's going to be ugly.
To draw out enormous conclusions about the nature of the American soul to keep that.
But a lot of people think those shirts cost way more than they used to. and you're right.
You think them lame ass jokes gonna save y'all? Listen, they laugh to keep from crying tonight. So it's a good thing they ain't got no whiskey in the house up in there because they break down fighting. So on MSNBC is basically a funeral dirge. Joy Reid just said screw getting groomed. She just grabbed whatever the hell was in the hamper and walked out the door. Rachel Maddow was over there quiet as hell. Rachel ain't said a word yet. Rachel ain't said a word. She's supposed to be the academic, the Rhodes Scholar. She's supposed to be the dispassionate person who just analyzes the numbers and knows. So Rachel's just over there quiet as hell. Most important issue is the economy, second state of democracy, abortion 14, immigration 11. Okay, this is NBC taking their own polls. Immigration's only 11% of the people care about that. 14% care about abortion. It's like, okay, this is what the hell you talking about.
The United States economy is the envy of the world.
Absolutely.
That the only reason there's a positive economic
outlook globally is because the United States economy is doing so well, it's dragging everybody else upward. It's the best job market in the history of the United States. Inflation is back to where it was, not only just before COVID.
This is sad.
Before Donald Trump left office, right? I mean,
This is sad, Rachel. This Rachel Maddow talking.
Numbers, the economic growth numbers, the fiscal numbers, the U.S. standing in the world numbers are all off the charts positive. Like even the freaking stock market, right? All off the charts positive. And yet, the pain, the old pain, from having had gone through the rise in prices, which is over, and which we weathered better than ever.
Rachel says the rise in inflation's over, y'all.
Advanced economy in the world. To me, it can't be prescriptive because of what's happened since. Because
A woman who makes $10 million a year
period, right? I mean,
is telling you and me the prices ain't too high.
All the economic indicators were going down. You would expect it to be a big economically driven change election. But all of our economic
A woman with an academic degree so high who is so in denial. What does this show you all? That going to college and getting a degree, you can come out just as stupid and lopsided as you went in. She's literally telling everybody here that it doesn't matter what you think. It doesn't matter what your personal economy is. Everything's fine. This is why you're losing. If people were enjoying the economy so much right now, they would be beating down the doors to give Biden another 4 years. She's telling everybody here the economy is fine. You're just all remembering what used to be. Oh, wait a minute, Joy talking again.
And yet it wasn't necessarily enough to not make it a tie, right? So
let's turn to Alex Wagner, who's standing by with our political insiders. Alex.
We are here in the insiders room. Simone, we were talking a little.
There are no insiders. Forget about it. Oh, wait a minute, Simone Sanders. Wait a minute. I spoke too soon. Simone Sanders is on deck.
Well, I first want to say that, Claire McCaskill, I've sat next to her at tables with her over the last couple months since the election cycle. And everything that Claire has said, even when I'm like, Claire, that's no. In this cycle has come to fruition. So I was fighting Claire McCaskill about 2 hours ago, but what I'm hearing again, as Steve Kornacki just told us the big board, there were a number of votes, absentee ballots that came in this latest batch. Lots from Philadelphia County. The lead that needs to be insurmounted is not the gap may not be insurmountable, but it may be mountable. But they're cautiously optimistic. Now, there's still additional absentee ballots out there. I don't know if they're, I don't know
yes,
if
you do.
Here left out, but I can tell you, I personally don't think that they're enough. And that means if there were not enough, I want to be honest with people, if there are not enough absentee ballots out there to make up the gap that currently exists for the Harris-Walz campaign, the vice president will not win Pennsylvania. And if she does not win Pennsylvania, Donald Trump then hits 270. Now, Pennsylvania people are saying Allegheny County, that's Pittsburgh, right? The Lehigh Valley, with the Puerto Rican vote, there is still a chance. And in some of these suburbs in the Colorado
These are the people the Democrats listen to.
Margins, because this is an election about the margins. Yeah, the margins have not been large enough in the state thus far. But again, there's still some votes out there.
When you keep paying, now she is just in blatant denial. When you pay for this kind of, she's literally talking about, if all the absentee ballots come in for Kamala, we went. This is what this is what passes for competent political analysis, and then the Democrats wonder why they're losing. You wonder why you're losing? And it's like, why in the hell are they not coming in there with bullwhips and beating her ass out the building? Why are you not doing that? That would be a better use of your money, to go down there to the rodeo store and go get some bullwhips and beat her out the store. No, they're going to keep paying her so she can go pay for her DC loft. The other thing is, by the way, you can't be a black woman with hair on MSNBC, apparently. What? Apparently you can't be. So between Joy Reid and Simone Sanders, apparently the prerequisite is you can't have hair. If you're a black woman on MSNBC, you can't get a job if you got hair. So forget about it. No, if you can make braids out of your hair, you can't get a job here. It's just whatever. You cannot do it. So that is it. If you can get an afro pick to stick in your head, you cannot stay. You can't get a job here. Go down there to Fox or CNN somewhere over there, but you can't be here. So yeah, Simone Sanders is wigging the hell out. That was the most crazy thing you heard. And I'm so glad I recorded that because that was the craziest audio you're going to hear this year. I mean, she is just hanging on to for dear life. Folks, listen, when you're doing this on election night, yeah, it's over. Yeah, it's over.
I think her words and her facial expression was saying that she didn't have the audacity to just go out and say that she thinks Kamala will win. So
No, brother, this is called denial. She cannot bring herself to say, I'll be damned. The numbers are all. It's very clear which direction the numbers are going. She can't bring herself to sit up here and say this because you've crashed out already. You already promised your supporters that there was no way Kamala could lose because America thinks like all of you having your Diddy bathhouse sex parties in D.C. and New York. You promised them this. You can't back down off of that. Now you can't. So this is just going to be ugly. It's going to be ugly. It's going to be weird. It's going to be strange. And I'm loving it. Like McDonald's, I'm loving it. Or poor Michael Steele, I don't want to hear what he got to say. That's the weirdest black nigga on TV. He couldn't hang with the Republicans nor the Democrats. It's just, they just employ, oh, why is he looking like Uncle Rufus? The mustache going white? Oh, he looking like Uncle Ruckus now, for real. Oh, Michael. Okay, I'll give you a pass for men. Dude, don't let that mustache get white. You a dead ringer for Uncle Ruckus. Don't do this, Michael. Don't do this. He's always had nice suits, but that mustache is killing him. It's awful. Get Michael, do something about it. Don't just sit there and look at it. Do something. So yeah, y'all, Simone Sanders is trying to figure out how she gonna pay the rent now. These people are not going to hold them accountable. They're just not. They're gonna hold our hope.
Because they want every absentee ballot counted. And Simone is saying if all of the absentees are for Harris, she could win.
yeah, she was trying not to come out and say that she thinks that the absentee ballots with her because she understands that if she says that, then that just, and it doesn't happen, which is unlikely to happen, then that affects her reputation moving forward. So she was trying to walk that fine line, but the fact that she has to do that shows that she doesn't actually believe that the absentee ballots will make a favor and will help Kamala at all.
No, that's called groping at straws. That's when you're talking about absentee ballots saving your election. Why didn't your voters who showed up save it? That's grasping at straws, man. You're desperate now. Just admit it. You're just desperate. Pennsylvania should have been in the bag. It should have been in the bag. I told you all that in 2016. Trump is an alumni of Wharton. Come on, man. I said this then. I said it then. Well, Jason, what changed? What changed is America's gotten more used to his outrageousness. And they are less offended by his outrageousness than they are about the calamity that's happening to Biden and Harris. That's the issue. People are familiar with Trump's flavor of chaos. They're not so thrilled with this flavor. They're not happy with this one. That's the difference. And they're refusing. They just figure everybody wants illegals. Why? Because all of y'all hanging out in New York like that garbage? In California? Watch out! So this is what happens when you have a bunch of rich folk get on TV and then just start regurgitating their nonsense to each other. They look at the rest of us like we crazy. And by the way, I gotta remind you, Simone lives right down there in D.C. She lives in one of the most expensive parts right there in town with access to the Capitol building. That's where she lives. Remember the nightlife and all that? Yeah, she thinks it's great. Between her and I guess, is she married to that dude?
Yeah.
I'm a socialite with a nightlife. And okay, well, everybody else ain't digging this. They're not digging this. And then if you're stuck in Virginia, in those places she's at, she thinks, well, this isn't New York or L.A. No, you're just a middle ground between the two. You're out of touch just like the rest of them. And don't want to believe it. So, yeah, y'all, MSNBC is turning into MESSNBC. It's rough for them tonight. It's rough for them tonight. It is rough. They're all trying to figure out what the new career plan gonna be. They're like, we gotta call this man President Trump again. Oh, Simone, the nails. What is going on?
It's always, her nails are always a mess.
Y'all, the nails are like 3 inches long. What is going on? And then she just tried to scratch into her eye. I'm like, oh, this is going to be ugly on TV. If she pokes herself, it's going to be terrible.
They gonna make her explain it too.
Jason, do you think that
She went and got the lip gloss and stuff. Why is she trying to look sultry? It's just Simone. Again, she's looking skinnier than usual. Is she on her way to trying to do something? Oh, she about to get back on the market? She better try to get the fella who's going to pay for it. Because after tonight, it's going to be harder. No, look, remember, people, if Trump wins, there's no reason to keep. The only time they bring Negroes in is when the Democrats get elected. Obama gets elected to bring more black folk in. Trump get elected, all right, out you go. So y'all know it becomes, Survivor. You're going to get voted off the island. So that's all. Oh, except for the light skins. Melissa Harris Perry got shown the door, but that was the only one. So she got a little bit too mouthy in them tax bills. But all the light skins still there. Alex Wagner, yeah, Alex is still there. She claimed black when she need to. She's like, look, I got 1/4. So this for all the ones who can pass, they'll keep their jobs. Simone, oh, not you. Not you, although I don't know, because she never claimed LGBT, but she kind of gets like an LGBT half card, so she'll hang on that one right there. You can't get rid of me. So they're having a hell of a time here tonight. We have been on for 4 hours, by the way. We have been on for 4 hours. Furthermore, let me go ahead and thank everyone who has contributed toward tonight's program. On PayPal, Super Chat, Venmo, my man Mr. Richburg dropped in, come through tonight. We appreciate that here. I got 7 Scales have been giving out memberships. I appreciate that as well. Dark Side Blues. I got a bunch of votes. Raekwon the Chief. Hadn't called the Black Channel Live in a minute. You need to. You're voting for the couch all day, every day. Soapbox TV gave out 5 gifts. So memberships are the gift that keeps on giving. Karen has given out 10 gifts. So we appreciate that as well. Get all these folks out here up to code. So Miss Incognito has been giving out memberships here tonight. So I appreciate the folks who holding it down, making sure other folks out here get themselves straightened up. Get them suited and booted. Jay Freeman Blackman, he was first on deck, by the way. My Canadians is showing up tonight. Objective News Agency, so they done did that as well. Onan, all right, he threw a few dollars in there. Chris Brown. What? All right. What did Chris say? Who want to smoke with me? I don't blame him. Appreciate that there as well. Over 4 hours here of election coverage, so like I say, it's all I can say, folks, is barring a miracle. And at this point right now, even over there on MSNBC, they already sitting up here warming up their cars in the parking lot to leave. So they already done hit the remote start at MSNBC. So that's not me. I haven't even turned on CNN because over there at CNN, I can just imagine them bamming the table. Damn it! Damn it!
Man cry.
Why? They're not even saying, it's just one word outburst. Why? Just no news, no numbers, just, so is it that bad? So I can imagine that. So yeah, they're gonna hang in there, y'all. They're gonna hang in there. We are not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do 7-8 hours of program here. What in the world? No. All right. I didn't know Zoom was still open. I'm gonna have to go ahead and cut that off here in a minute. Somebody just snuck in on Zoom. It's, wait a minute now, let me go through that right quick. As soon as they hear a nigga sound like you're gonna wrap up, wait a minute, wait. Who are those kids in class? The last one, the teacher asks if anybody has any questions. They don't raise their hand. As soon as the teacher moves on the next one, their head go up. Where y'all niggas come from? All right, let me go ahead and see if I can get Remy up here on Zoom. Remy's thing wasn't working before. Maybe it'll be working now. He's working on connecting audio. Okay, they just MSNBC just handed Georgia to Trump. Wait a minute, let me turn it on.
In the presidential race in Georgia. So again, of our swing states, we've got 2 called thus far, in Georgia and in North Carolina.
Okay.
That puts the electoral map at Donald Trump with 230.
Okay, Joe Biden won it in 2020. She lost it in 2024. Biden don't say you should have stuck with me.
Candidates aiming at 270.
Now explain this, Rachel.
Of the 7 states that we consider to be battleground states, 2, North Carolina and Georgia, have been called by NBC News as of this hour. Both of them called for Donald Trump. Steve, over to you.
Yeah, and Rachel, what we can say now with that Georgia call is if Kamala Harris doesn't win a state that's not been treated as a battleground state, if she doesn't do that, then she now absolutely must pull out a win in Pennsylvania, because if there's no surprises outside the battleground, then Georgia plus North Carolina plus Pennsylvania would get Donald Trump to 270 electoral votes and the presidency. And look at Pennsylvania. We are closing in on
just wait, Remy.
of the vote here. Donald Trump is leading by 168,000 votes right now. A couple of things that we can show you that have come in now in Pennsylvania to add a little more clarity. We said at the start of the night, 2 counties are pure bellwethers in Pennsylvania. Voted for Trump in 16, flipped to Biden in 20. What would they do tonight? We told you that Northampton County in the east has flipped to Donald Trump. The other one, Erie County, we've now got the results from Erie County. It's flipped back to Donald Trump. Again, just take a look at this. In 2016, when Trump won Pennsylvania, he won Erie County. He gave it back to Biden when Biden won the state. Now Trump is reclaiming Erie County tonight. Again, this is one of those big sort of quintessential, you call it Rust Belt counties, a lot of big blue collar population there. Where are we waiting for remaining vote in Pennsylvania right now? That we've talked a lot about Philadelphia. Jacob has told us there are going to be a big batch of mail-in votes that we are not going to know until sometime tomorrow morning. That's it. There's also some same-day vote that's been coming in. The same-day vote has been running less Democratic than the vote by mail. And again, the big picture in Philadelphia is the Democrats are currently 3 points behind where Joe Biden ran in 2020. And this reflected a bit of a disappointment for Democrats. They won Pennsylvania, obviously, in 20. They were thrilled with that. But their Philadelphia number came down. It's coming down further so far, and unless those remaining mail-in ballots really boost them dramatically, Trump may finish with more than 20%.
Back to these mail-in ballots.
Also still to come.
They got Steve Kornacki talking crazy now.
Suburban county, right outside Philadelphia.
You thought Steve was the last sane person at that network.
The
mail-in ballots could be.
See that in these places. Chester County, I think we're pretty much down to the vote by mail in Chester County. Of course.
All right, enough out of you, Steve. So even Steve Kornacki, y'all thought he was the sane one at the network. Well, unless the ballots come in, Steve, dude,
it's hard, man.
Bro.
He trying to find something.
I'm just saying, are they this invested in getting an abortion? What are they doing sexually out there? No, I gotta have an abortion. What are they doing? I mean, this is what we've come to. MSNBC is just like, the mail-in ballots, it just can't be. Really? 5 months ago, Kamala Harris was the most unpopular politician in America. Joe Biden only leapfrogged her when he vomited all over himself at a debate. Nothing she's ever done has been popular. Ever. So these people sacrificed all their credibility to try to convince people that we all secretly loved her and just didn't know it. Just like Rachel Maddow just said the economy is great, you just don't realize it. Now let me go back to my $1 million loft in Chelsea. While you sit up here and hope that your Uber contract don't run out on you or keep paying for your cell phone. Things like that, like we haven't gone to the store. Like people are not buying gas, not anything. Well, hell no, she doesn't have to. It's that the company pays for a car for her. Does she even have to drive to work? Her contract probably comes with a car service so that she doesn't have to drive. I mean, I'm serious. Like, I need that so I can work in my car on the way here. If I'm driving, I can't be working. So yeah, that's her perspective. And by the way, we talk about the high price of food. Okay, well, GOP going. MSNBC is saying the GOP is going to hold the Senate.
A couple of Senate races since we last checked in on Senate. Right now in Nebraska, incumbent Republican Deb Fischer is projected to have held off a very stiff challenge from, interestingly, an independent challenger, Dan Osborne, not a Democrat, but an independent, ran a very close fought race against incumbent Republican Senator Deb Fischer.
So in other words, if you want to run against Republicans, you need to be an independent. Yeah, he got 47% of the vote. So yeah, I mean, just that doesn't bode well for being a Democrat in Nebraska. An independent can do that. So yeah, like I said, I mean, it's bad and getting worse. Whatever drugs they usually do with him, is the plug gonna have to bring a Yugo today. Is the plug gonna have to bring a hatchback so he can give everybody their drugs tonight. So that marijuana ain't gonna hold them in the MSNBC. Marijuana ain't gonna hold them. It's not gonna work. They're gonna have to have it. They're going like, no, don't give Trump a presidency and the Senate. Don't. Oh, Lawrence O'Donnell. Let me hear Lawrence.
Like not any district court, not any appeals court, not any Supreme Court for an entire 4 years. On the other hand, in a Trump presidency, this means that all of those judges can just sail right through. It could mean that Donald Trump manages to broker the retirement of 2 Republican Supreme Court justices and replaces them with much younger justices. So the issue now becomes, what about the House of Representatives? What are we going to end up with in the House? If the House, if the Democrats can get control of the House, then they
you didn't get the vote. Now you're looking for absentee ballots. You didn't get the Senate here. Now you're talking about, okay, we can hold the House.
That's gone. That is already gone. But in terms of what could happen legislatively, the House would be in control of that, meaning they could prevent any of the worst things.
And let me just interject for a moment. We have eyes on Howard University right now.
What?
We can tell
I'm
you
the what tonight?
Vice President Harris is not expected to speak tonight.
Oh.
We're seeing quite a crowd there, and we are expecting, we're within the 2-minute warning from a statement that we're expecting from the Harris campaign.
Looking somber out there at Howard.
That's Howard. To address this crowd at Howard momentarily. Again, we don't expect to be hearing from Vice President Harris. But I think actually if we can go to this live so we can hear the Nats out here, so we can hear such.
We saw the folk looking like that in 2016, remember? In 2016, they were looking all somber. It's the funeral dirge thing. So all that festive joy.
Good evening, Howard.
Okay, nigga, you too happy.
Good evening, HU.
So Harris's campaign co-chair is addressing Harris's supporters.
All of the Harris campaign, the campaign family, thank you for all that you have done. Thank you for being here. Thank you for believing in the promise of America. We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted.
Nigga, what?
That every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the vice president tonight.
Oh, hell.
But you will hear from her tomorrow. She
Wow.
will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation.
Don't bother.
So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris.
Yeah, go Harris and take this nigga with you. Yes, go Kamala Harris and take this nigga with you. All right, y'all. So basically, they are selling denial to these people down here. Don't worry, we're going to keep counting votes. Why? So you can keep counting Trump's votes? Yeah, they came all the way to Howard to hear him say that, and now they're all leaving, y'all. So if you're watching MSNBC, they came to Howard. He said that, and now this crowd is leaving. And the smart folk didn't go in the first place. You could have stayed home and watched that. So now you got to go fight through traffic. You didn't get to hear Kamala at all. So if you went there expecting to hear her, you ain't gonna hear nothing. So what they tell y'all tonight, Kamala is not even showing up tonight. Let me get this straight. So her supporters showed up at Howard, but the candidate ain't even there.
She was there initially.
She ain't there now?
No,
That's November 5th.
gone.
Okay, imagine having Beyonce tickets and Beyonce was there initially. And then the concert started, the band is sitting up here, and then Beyonce will be here tomorrow. Okay, kill the drummer. What's wrong with the damn drummer? What is he doing? He's leading us on. So, yeah, man, I don't know why they're dragging this out. All they're doing is tormenting themselves right now. They're not making it better. You're just making this hard on yourselves because you sold all of your listeners on this fraud that she was going to win. And really, in reality, you're just hardcore ideologues. And now it's looking like that. They're trying to figure out how they're going to break it to these people. Man, you should break it to them straight. All right, look, we played y'all little dumb ass. Go on. Nigga, you knew she wasn't going to win. You know, just go on. All of you. You should have got more neighbors to go. So basically, that's MSNBC's strategy and Kamala Harris. Well, you know, when we don't know what's going to happen now, why don't y'all just go to sleep tonight? How do people go to sleep?
Yeah.
If you're a Kamala Harris supporter, how do you go to sleep tonight?
The same way she did.
How do you sleep tonight knowing that Donald Trump is sitting on Truth Social talking about all the folk he gonna arrest or whatever? He's on Truth Social sitting up here talking about what he gonna do. You know Trump is sitting there right now with J.D. Vance and anybody else you don't like. That's what he doing right now. He planning everything. Steve Bannon is on the phone. They breaking out Chris style. What's his name? Rudy Giuliani is like, oh good, we're gonna get me out up into this lawsuit.
They wrong for sending out.
Oh,
They wrong for sending out these brothers and sisters out here with the sad song.
She will be back
They wrong for
tomorrow
that.
to make remarks both to Howard and to the nation.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes, you heard that right. The crowd, you could probably see behind me the rush to the exits. I mean, as soon as he said that, people turned on their heels and they were out of here.
It's Michelle Norris with MSNBC.
As people realize what this map is looking like, he did indicate that she would be back tomorrow to speak to people here and to speak to the nation. That, of course, is a logistical nightmare on several.
No, the nightmare is tonight. Don't worry about the logistics. The nightmare is here. So MSNBC is just, wallowing in denial. They're talking about, hey, everybody, come back tomorrow. You think you're going to win then? So this is what Kamala Harris has just told her supporters at Howard and just told the nation. She will not be saying nothing tonight. I'll catch y'all in the morning or tomorrow. If you're a Kamala Harris supporter right now, it's like, that's not what you want to hear. That was not what you were looking to hear. You were looking to hear something else. You were looking to hear something else. So basically what they told her is that she's going to have to throw a Hail Mary and a long bomb and we can go ahead and make that. The rest of you folks, it can't happen. Okay. Y'all don't need to be mad at Trump. Her supporters need to be mad at MSNBC and CNN and the rest of them people. You need to be mad at them. Don't be mad at her. So y'all, Kamala Harris said she called it the evening. Y'all know what's happening right now. She is trying to call in every favor she can while she is still sitting in the vice president's office.
Yeah, that's true.
She is checking to see if Willie Brown needs an intern. She checking to see if Bill Clinton can get on another Epstein Island. She's trying to do something. 9% of the returns are in Pennsylvania. Or is it okay? Y'all just okay. They basically explaining to their own audience over there at MSNBC. Well, they could make it. Okay. If the audience is not going to revolt, then they just going to keep telling this nonsense.
So I have a question.
Oh Lord.
What happened? All jokes aside, Kamala Harris is young. She's served as vice president. She's got some political experience now. After she loses this election, what happens to Kamala? And I don't want
the
to hear about
same thing that has happened to every other vice president who didn't win the election. When you hear about Al Gore, Mike, baby, there is no tomorrow. That is it. You go out, you die on your sword, you fall on your sword with the candidate. That's the way that works. That's the way that works. Tell me the last time you heard of a president who won, his vice president came and won the election after him. Tell me the last time you saw a vice president of a losing president. Last time you seen it. So no, just theoretically, it would be a first. I can't think of anybody in American history. So if he's in there, it's just one of them. So no. What's she gonna do? Is she gonna lean on Doug? That's it. The thing is, she's not somebody you would want to pay or anything else. I think vice president is whatever, you get elected president or vice president, you get paid for the rest of your life or whatever. But that's it. As far as going on in politics, her political career ends tonight. If she does not win this, her political career is over. Period. That's it. And they wasn't thrilled to see you in the first place. She shouldn't have been there to begin with. 2020 was your damn wake-up call. You shouldn't have been there to begin with. You were not qualified nor capable. You were not able. You were chosen because of your weakness. She was chosen because Joe Biden was not afraid of her. Joe Biden chose her because she was not a threat to his presidency. In a straight up fight, she could never beat him. So that's the reason he chose her. You're the perfect candidate. You bring all positives and your negatives can't hurt me. And if you ever turned on me, it would hurt you more than me. That's why he chose her. And it was a smart decision. That's a smart decision. Jen Psaki, okay, then she left the Biden White House, need to get your ass out of MSNBC. She went hard body too. So it's a bunch of people wondering if they're going to have a job in a year. It's a bunch of people wondering because they promised the world that this wasn't going to happen. And meanwhile, over here we did. So it's just, it is what it is at this point. It is what it is at this point. So Fox News has got Trump at 248 to Harris's 216. Associated Press has 230 to 210. CNN has 246 to 182. So they got it even worse than everybody else. They have no faith.
Yeah, like CNN kind of been in the middle lately. They trying to compete with Fox News.
Yeah, because if that man gets back in charge of the Justice Department, you don't want that. Between that and the FTC and the FCC and everything else, like, oh, Trump gonna be like, oh man, look here. I never saw a regulation I liked except on y'all. So he's about to become let me get Joy back on here.
In that short period of time, and I think that's still true. And I think that the other piece that I think is really important to say to people, because this is where it gets dicey, is that the fact that we now have to wait for more vote to come in, that is how the process works. There is an absentee ballot that needs to come in and it must be counted because those are also legitimate votes. This is where we get into that point where Donald Trump can do the thing Donald Trump does, which is to say, I like where we are right now. And anything that changes that, because there is still a chance that the absentee ballot, that some, the remaining ballot could change what's happening now. And so Auntie, chill. People that until all the votes are counted and there's an actual call made, we don't have an outcome. And people going home at Howard, my concern would be that it feeds a disinformation, sort of doom loop that could be exploited by those who've been exploiting this campaign. We've had Russia, someone maybe with a Russia.
Yo, she talking about Russia.
I tell you, I said Russia. That's what they're gonna say.
It's minority, black, and indigenous counties.
Somebody come get this woman.
Russia.
To reinforce what Joy is saying.
Don't reinforce a damn thing. What's wrong with you?
She really say Russia.
Y'all, that was Joy Reid right there. The people leaving, the optics. They leaving because it's time to go. That's what Joy's talking about. Joy's talking about the folk who got up and left at their Howard. The man told us she gonna talk tomorrow. What they supposed to do? Sit up here. We are the faithful. We gonna care about you tomorrow morning. Get y'all asses home. If the candidate is at home, why are you here? Well, I'm gonna be outside. So you want this more than she does? Yeah. Come on, man. And she went right talking about Russia and okay, this is the conspiracy talk. This is the crazy talk right there. Folks, I didn't do it to them, they did it to themselves.
Is there anything significant Harris can say tomorrow in her address?
Yes, she can tell Trump he got it, so we just cut this short. Why would you, don't drag this out. You're only inconveniencing yourself. You can go ahead and say, concede the damn election and go home. Why would you sit up here and, there's some old votes in Pennsylvania. Got your ass whooped in Georgia and North Carolina. Read the room. The writing's on the wall. If she had won Georgia, this would be a different thing. They already know this. They already know that Georgia and North Carolina, you couldn't lose that. They already know it. They already know it. So at this point right now, this is just denial. This is just saving face because you have crashed out on all this other stuff and you guaranteed them it will work. And it's not. And it's not. So Joy is just, going nuts up here. She just talking crazy. They just need to muzzle her. It's like, Joy, stop talking, silly heifer. That's what Ari needs to say. Just shut up. He needs to do that. Nobody's going to do that because they're all crazy over there and whatnot. So it's like, okay.
I don't think that Harris is going to concede tomorrow. I think she's going to be holding on to the hope of the absentee ballot.
Oh, no, she's not. No, Harris is not going to concede until everybody else does it first because this is her last stop. This is it. This is the last stop before OnlyFans. So she needs this to work. If it don't, oh boy, I'm telling you, this is the last stop before she's sitting up there with Lisa Ray and what's her face, Vivica Fox. Last stop before she's sitting there with them. Next up, she's gonna be doing McDonald's commercials. First vice president in history doing that. So just that's it. That is it. Forget about it.
Know when to hold them, know when to fold 'em.
She's not even gonna be welcome. So, like, if you're a candidate running for office, who's the candidate running for office? I'm like, I wish Kamala would be here. Just, who has political aspirations and wishes that she was there? No, Meg Thee Stallion and the rest of them ain't gonna speak about her after tonight. They're not gonna say anything. They're just gonna be glad they ain't on paper. I don't even know why Jen Psaki and Rachel Maddow are laughing right now. I don't even know. I got the television media. I don't even know what they're talking about. Like, you have no reason to laugh because whatever it is, it's not funny. I assure you, it's not funny. Whatever y'all are laughing at is not funny. Not after what you all have done. All of y'all need to get up and leave. Speaking of getting up and leaving here, I'm not going to hold my folks here tonight. I told them it'd be like 3 hours. It's going on 4.5. So actually, it's over 4.5 hours here. So, but we are our first live program here tonight with folks in attendance. So it is what it is. I want to thank all of y'all for showing up for this tonight. At this point right now, I'm ready to go ahead and pack it in. So I'll let the other folks sit here and let it ease into them. We'll go ahead and let it ease in. They're going to need tonight to just absorb that this is real. We're going to go ahead and just let that ease into them. I'm going to leave my post up on Twitter. For those of you who don't follow me on Twitter, you might want to go check a look at that one, see what my latest post was, so you can see if anybody starts wigging out, start blaming. Go take a look at folks who are commenting on my other post about marijuana, Kamala Harris and marijuana. Go see if you can go take a look at them. There's going to be a whole bunch of folks going nuts tonight. It's going to be nuts. It's going to be crazy. They need time to absorb this and tell themselves, well, it's not that bad. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It's not that bad. Yes, it is. The folks on MSNBC get paid to talk stupid. They make millions talking stupid. Your ass is sitting down here working the Circle K talking stupid.
The margins keep
But it
increasing.
looks like he's gonna take
No, they ain't no absentee ballots. No, his margins keep increasing. They just showed a graphic that showed Trump's margins in Pennsylvania increasing. And they talking about some damn absentee ballots. Steve Kornacki is still sitting here in front of the damn thing. I got him muted, but he's still gesticulating about Pennsylvania and county. Steve, go home. Stop. You're making an ass of yourself now, Steve. Go home. What he said? They pay me for this. Okay. He's like the weatherman telling you that not that it's going to be a hurricane, but that it's going to be a damn alien invasion. It's just that's the weatherman doing that, What's that movie 2012? When the San Andreas fault broke and half of California went in the ocean. This is like the weatherman doing that right there. The whole world is coming up and firing this. By the way, and then this county down here, Steve, shut the hell up and run. So just Steve, just go to bed, Steve. It's just I can sit here and clown him all night.
Have some dignity and just project Pennsylvania, man.
Yeah, exactly.
No.
They
92%.
Right, have some dignity.
We might get lucky. Even if you get Pennsylvania, you still gonna have to run the tables everywhere else. That's the problem, because it's not just Pennsylvania. Now she needs Pennsylvania simply for the night to not be over now. If he gets Pennsylvania, the night's over now. If he doesn't, then she's still got to stop another state. So it's at that point right there, it's like, okay, he's trying to look like he got conviction. Steve, go. Like he really saying something important. Let me unmute him right quick.
Republican-friendly vote. The vote by mail, the most Democratic-friendly, that was released early in Montgomery County. So what are we still waiting on in Pennsylvania? Well, again,
we're waiting on you to accept.
We've got about 80% of the vote in here right now. Harris's margin, 356,000. Again, Democrats want to get that somewhere around, somewhere around north of, frankly, 500,000 votes probably. Again, Jacob said, going to be a big vote by mail update in the morning. Get some clarity on that. But Democrats need to boost the number there. We are waiting as well in Chester County on the vote by mail. They do it at the very end there.
Sorry, Steve, didn't mean to catch up mid-word there. This is our final poll closing of the night. It is 1 o'clock in the morning on the East Coast, and that means we've got our final poll closing, and that is in Alaska. Right now, the projection in the presidential race in Alaska is that it is too early to call between.
They had a damn news break to say it's too early to call in Alaska. Okay, this is how bad it is. This is how bad it is, y'all. So this is what's happening at MSNBC. So needless to say, it's bedlam over there. They are in denial. They're in full-blown, full-scale denial. They don't even know what to do with it no more. They had a damn break to tell you, Alaska's coming in. Oh, who wants too close to call? But she might get it. Sarah Palin world, she gonna get that? All right, so people, like I say, it's gonna be a long night over there at MSNBC, but the night is over for us here, so we will be getting some sleep. Ain't gonna be no sleep over there, but we will be getting some sleep over here. I want to thank everyone who is tuned in here tonight, live or recorded. I would like to thank everybody who is here in person. This has been the first time I've ever done anything like this. Okay, I paid these niggas to clap, so I'll be spontaneous. I paid them to clap right there. You didn't clap long enough, though. You're supposed to outdo my recording. But thank you very much for that. Atlanta, it's been real. It's been real. I won't tell you the last word after real, but it's been real. It's fogged and everything else outside, but at least I ain't had no nigga wearing pink skinny jeans trying to holler. It's only been females hollering at me. That tells you how Georgia has changed. Y'all, you want to know how I knew Georgia changed? It's only been females trying to holler at me since I've been here. I ain't had no dudes try to run up on me yet. It's only been females. I mean, they all been smiling and cheesing. So Georgia is. I knew Kamala wasn't gonna win Georgia when I saw that. I'm like, oh no, it's not enough moist niggas for you to win. I was like, baby, I've been here for a whole 24 hours. There's not enough moist niggas no more. Flower jeans wearing niggas ain't enough of them left for you. Believe me, the women ain't moving the way you think they moving in Georgia. Like, baby, look here. I need this baby. Damn abortion, I need this baby. That's the only thing keeping them. So definitely this has been one for the books. I'm going to go ahead and close all this out here. Thank you all for joining me, live or recorded. Thank you to everyone who has contributed to support tonight's program on PayPal, Super Chat, Venmo. Thank you to all of you for a once-in-a-lifetime event. We'll see. Maybe we'll do it again. And this concludes tonight's broadcast of the Black Channel. I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, the Black Authority. And until next time, my brothers and my sisters from around the world, remember, black is the future and the future is uncompromising.